I believe that America can be beautiful. How can America be made beautiful? Now, family, listen. My brother Imam Wadatudeen and I have had disagreement, but his followers and mine have never given each other as much as a bloody nose. Because in spite of our differences, there's a deep love in us. We don't like the things about our nation that is not good, but I don't want to live anywhere else. I want America to be made right. I don't want to see America go the way of Rome and Babylon and Sodom and Gomorrah. But why won't she go that way if the men of religion and the women of religion keep silent? I believe that America can be beautiful. How can America be made beautiful? Now, family, listen. My brother Imam Wadatudeen and I have had disagreement, but his followers and mine have never given each other as much as a bloody nose. Because in spite of our differences, there's a deep love in us. We don't like the things about our nation that is not good, but I don't want to live anywhere else. I want America to be made right. I don't want to see America go the way of Rome and Babylon and Sodom and Gomorrah.
Hey, brothers, this has a slight technical issue, but it's resolved now. So we will continue. Let's go back to what Mr. Farrakhan was saying about he loves America.
I believe that America can be beautiful. How can America be made beautiful? Now, family, listen. My brother Imam Wadafuddin and I have had disagreement, but his followers and mine have never given each other as much as a bloody nose. Because in spite of our differences, there's a deep love in us. We don't like the things about our nation that is not good, but I don't want to live anywhere else. I want America to be made right. I don't want to see America go the way of Rome and Babylon and Sodom and Gomorrah. But why won't she go that way? If the men of religion and the women of religion keep silent.
Okay, brothers and sisters, that's what Farrakhan says, right? Claims he represents Master Prophet Muhammad, right? He claims he represents Master Prophet Muhammad. Is that not correct? Right? It says Master Prophet Muhammad speaks directly to him. Is that not right? Is that incorrect? He said he represents Master Prophet Muhammad. Master Muhammad speaks to him directly. Okay, let's see what Master Prophet Muhammad has to say about this subject that he just mentioned. This is the thoughts of Master Prophet Muhammad that he taught Elijah Muhammad. Why does Muhammad, any Muslim, murder the devil? Now, devils, he says, he defines as Caucasian white people. What does it do if each Muslim regards to 4 devils? What reward does a Muslim receive representing the 4 devils at one time? Because the devils are 100% wicked and will not obey the laws of Islam. His ways are actions like a snake of the grafted type. So Muhammad learned that he could not reform devils, so they had to be murdered. All Muslims murder devils. They know he is a snake, and also, if he be allowed to live, he would sting someone else. Each Muslim required to bring 4 devils and present 4 at one time. Okay, is that sound like, is he talking to Master Muhammad? Because he says he wants to reform him. How can he make America good? He says Master Muhammad, the God that he says is the God that he's in sync with, right? He says, right? Oh no, I want to reform. How can I make America good? I don't want to be anyplace else. See? You know what I'm saying? Further, it says they have to be taken off the planet. See? You understand what I'm saying? So is that consistent? Does that sound like he's talking to Master Prophet Muhammad? Does that sound like that? Let's move on. That's the lessons. There are more lessons. There's one that says they have to be taken off the planet. They cannot be reformed. Right? He says right here, they cannot be reformed. They could not reform. Larry, they cannot reform the devils. They cannot be reformed. Oh, he's going to reform them. You see? So that's up to you, brothers and sisters. That's the lessons. He claims he represents the lessons. He claims he represents Master from thoughts. Let's move on. Now this is Farrakhan's daddy. See the resemblance? You don't take my word for it, Google it. That's his daddy. Percival Clark. He's not a light-skinned Jamaican. And we have Farrakhan stating that his father, right? His father's father is a white, Portuguese, Caucasian Jew. And you are the seed of your father. That's basic biology, Wesley. So, if that's his father, which it is, then he's not the seed of Abraham. And the Messiah comes from Abraham, the seed of Abraham, from the line of David. So, he's not the Messiah. That's why they don't talk about that, oh, one drop of black blood makes you black. It might make you black, but don't make you original. That's his daddy. He wears glasses like his daddy does. He looks just like his daddy. That's his daddy there. See the resemblance? Don't take my word for it. Look. Percival Clark. He had different takes on that. He said, well, his father raped his mama. So his father a rapist then. Anyway, that's his father. And you see your father. And they actually give his name, Louis Eugene Grounds, NOI backwards. See, Legion, that's what they call his name. He's a demon. Half devil, half man. They won't argue about the G or the ground. No, his mother's maiden name was Grounds. Okay. So he wasn't married when he was born. So they took his maiden name, and Eugene was from the man she was living with. His name was Eugene. I forget the whole name. Anyway, his name was Eugene. And so he was named after him, Louis Eugene, after the man she was living with. Right? But she was raped by this man. That's the story. So what's going on there? She was living with, Eugene Walcott. But she was raped by this guy doing while she was living with Eugene Walcott. Then he got two different stories. He got one story where he raped his mama, and another one that he had sex with him. Well, that would make her a hoe because she was living with as well Eugene Walcott at the same time. So either way you look at it, it don't come out too good. See? So she was sleeping with Eugene Walcott and sleeping with him at the same time, or she was sleeping with Eugene Walcott and he raped her. Either way, right? And she wasn't married. Her maiden name was Grounds. So they took her maiden name as born Louis Eugene after Eugene Walcott. Grounds, maiden name, but the NOI backwards. That's exactly what he did. Exactly what he's done. Louis Eugene Grounds. Okay. Not Louis Eugene Walcott. She was not married to Walcott. That's her maiden name. Move on. You see, he has so much love for the devils, right? He loves so much he have a love for you. People that's putting steaks on his plate, right? And putting $5,000 suits on his back. Big rings. See how much stuff he have for them.
I'll say it again. When the Muslims were alive, you dead as hell now on both sides.
Yes, sir, brother. Yes, you are. Yes, sir. That's real, brother.
Wake us up here, Papa.
When we was alive, we set up schools.
That's right.
When we were alive, we had supermarkets.
That's right. That's right.
We owned buildings.
That's right.
We owned farmland.
That's right.
We were busy doing something, hiring our people.
That's right.
Well, I'm telling the Muslims, damn it, if you don't come alive, you will die like you are. And I will say, thank you, Allah, because if they're not doing nothing on top of the earth, let the worms eat their ass.
We have a couple of technical issue, brothers and sisters. So give me a second. I have to restart again. Technical issues just keep on coming. Okay, let's see what happens, brothers and sisters. Again, that's his father. So like I said, see all the love he has for the devils who persecute us, raped us, murdered us, terrorized us for hundreds of years. He wants to stay. He love it. He won't have anything happen to them. He don't want justice to come to them for what they did to us. He just want to love them, forget about everything. Hundreds of years of murder, rape, torture, terror. But you don't want anything happen to them. But look at the people that's made him rich. He's a multimillionaire and his son. $5,000 suits, $10,000 rings on his finger, eating steaks and carrying on all the time. See how he feels about them.
When the Muslims were alive, I'll say it again. When the Muslims were alive, you dead as hell now on both sides.
Yes, sir, brother Minister. Yes, we are. Yes, sir. That's real, brother Minister.
Wake us up here, Apostle.
When we was alive, we set up schools.
That's right.
When we were alive, we had supermarkets.
That's right.
We owned buildings. We owned farmland. We were busy doing something, hiring our people. Well, I'm telling the Muslims, damn it, if you don't come alive, you will die like you are. And I will say, thank you, Allah, because if they're not doing nothing on top of the earth, let the worms eat their ass.
Says our brothers and sisters, for the devils that torment us, raped us, and beat us, destroy and still continue to do it, as Elijah Muhammad says, he wants to stay here. He likes them. He wants to forgive them. He wants anything to happen to them. But for the Muslims, both sides, male and female, right? For the Muslims, both sides, male and female, right? Oh, he pray Allah that the worms eat your ass. Because you ain't putting enough steaks on his plate. Because you ain't giving him enough $5,000 suits and put enough rings on his finger. And you neglect to say that when Muslim was alive, he's the one that killed him. Him and Wallace together. I was there. I witnessed. See? And the reason why they had those things, because they had a leader. Elijah Muhammad was a leader, and we gave him the fuel to do those things. We went out and worked, sold papers, fish, everything else, gave him the money, and he built things with it. He built things with it. A bank, a farm, or farms, stores, restaurants, grocery stores. He built things with it. See? So we gave him the money, he built things with it. And put in our name, wasn't his name. He didn't leave here with a big bank account. Because all the money was, everything he had was in the name of Nation of Islam. So Farrakhan said, well, okay, well, you're the leader now, so how come you haven't built those things? No, you wouldn't blame the people because it's not there. And you're the leader. They give you the money, but what you do with the money, you put in your damn pocket. You're a multimillionaire. Instead of taking investment into building a nation, which you claim, you put in your pocket. You and your son are multimillionaires. You ain't built a goddamn thing. It's like you're a guide and you guide people through the jungle, right? Then you're the guy, we following you because you're the guy, you're supposed to say you know how to get way through there, right? And then we get lost. You turn around and say, hey, nigga, y'all, we lost. Well, yeah, well, we followed you. I don't give a damn, you lost, you're stupid. You don't know your way around? Wait, hold it. I thought you was the guide. So they don't have a goddamn thing because you ain't let them to do anything. You ain't took the money to build anything, but you put in your goddamn pocket. Move on. Valid decision, bro. Said that time is over. Hell is breaking loose now, and you don't see it. Move on. That's what he's doing. He's whipping. Accuse thy brethren. Oh, you simp, you're wicked. You need your ass whooped. You simp, you're wicked. That's the mess he got for our people. That so-called Me Man March. He got the whole world. He got you telling the whole world that you the stereotypes that they saying you are in Hollywood, on TV, and everything else. Oh, I'm gonna stop beating my wife. You know, I'm gonna stop licking ass. I'm gonna stop stealing and cheating. I'm gonna stop lying. That means if you stop, that means you're doing it. I'm gonna stop selling drugs. So those are stereotypes that they put about you. He got you admitting that, yeah, those stereotypes are true. What devil said about you is true. He's just dumb niggas, no good dumb niggas. Because that's exactly what that was all about. So-called mean man farce. And he's a pure one. He's the one going to get you to do right. And you're admitting that you what they say about you, the niggas that they put on you in the news and on Hollywood, on TV and everything else. You admit, yeah, I'm that person. I'm gonna stop doing it. I'm gonna stop being that nigga. And you didn't get it. And those people was with him. And he called like it was his march. 99% of people, 99.99% of people that wasn't even his, they was preachers. That's why they didn't start giving him on the second. He took credit for something wasn't even his. They have you sit there telling the world, see, yeah, I knew it. See, the niggas, they finally admitted that they know, but they have no good niggas. They finally admit themselves. The finally got admitted for the whole world. And you went for it. That's exactly what he did. Have you admitting? See? You remember back in the 20s, you used to have use devils because they didn't want to use you. And they put black face on, they would act like it was black people and mocking you and everything else. They don't need them anymore. They got Farrakhan, they got Wesley Snipes, they got Morgan Freeman, they got all those clowns. See, they don't need black face anymore because they're doing the job for them. Make you look like fools and drug deals and everything else. That ain't cool. Because that ain't us. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. He's part of once more. So God told him to shut up, a goddamn lie. They told him to shut up. Because he don't know a goddamn thing. Because he don't know it's time of darkness, he's supposed to be the light. When darkness comes, he can turn the light out. Does that make sense? He's supposed to be the light. So now darkness hits, he says, oh, it's time for intense darkness. He said, well, God told me to shut the light out. What the hell we need you for? That's when we're paying you to live through the darkness. When darkness comes, you shut the light out? How does that make sense? Because you don't know a goddamn thing. You wasn't the light to begin with. Stop tormenting me. Yeah. Y'all will get you, brothers and sisters. Dianetics. Oh, match from Muhammad's wisdom and knowledge wasn't good enough. Elijah's wasn't good enough, but you had to go to Mel Round Hubbard, get some Dianetics. Because we at fault. See, we at fault. That was we just no good, wicked people. God punish us over here. Accuser. We're underwater because they got his foot on top of us like a balloon, but the balloon is his fault. Not the person that got the foot on the balloon, but the balloon itself is at fault, but underwater. And, but the foot that holds down, no. Or devil ain't devil no more. Elijah Muhammad went to battle. This clown ran. I ain't devil ain't no devil anymore. Sad. Like father, like son. Father's the devil. Jesus. Yeah. Well, Elijah Muhammad said any part of that? Any part of that right there? That's his husband. That's what's about the Benjamins. He put the money in his pocket. He didn't invest it back in the nation. He's a multi-millionaire, so is his so-called Supreme Captain's son. How do you make? They don't have a job any place. They don't have any business. The mouth. Just a big-ass mouth. They war with the saints and they fell for it.
$5,000. Cash payment to anyone who can prove that what lying son of a devil Farrakhan is preaching is consistent with the lessons, supreme wisdom, of Master Fard Muhammad Elijah Muhammad's representation of his teacher Master Fard's teachings.
Assalamu alaikum, brothers and sisters. Sulaiman Ibrahim here. Mention the covenant. Why has no one ever, has been out for years, stepped up to claim this $5,000? That's supposed to be a right slam dunk. Because that's what they claim. They claim that's what Farrakhan is doing. So therefore they should easily get that five. No one even attempted to claim it. Anyone, we're open. They say, hey, we do open forum. They want to say, I can prove it. We do open forum. So everybody can see. And then we'll sit down and let them prove it. They won't because they can't. There's no scripture that supports anything that Lion Dog Farrakhan says. No scripture, either in Quran nor Bible. Let's move on. And then he says, remember now, he said to the Muslims, when the Muslims lied, he said, Muslims now, remember, to the devils, what's he going to happen to America? Remember, that's a blanket thing. He wants to reform them. He wants to make America beautiful. He don't want to see anything happen to them. But to the Muslims, Allah had the worms eat your ass. Well, how could both sides, male and female? That's what he got for you. He don't have no forgiveness for you because you ain't doing enough for him. See? So therefore, he pray Allah that the worms eat your ass. But for the devil, I want to have them. I love it here. I want them to reform. I want to make great. But for you, I pray Allah the worms eat your ass, Muslims. What do you mean now? What do you mean now? Okay. You stick with him. Keep your head up his ass. Just keep it there. Okay? But I hope you don't mess. Well, he can't move. He's in a wheelchair, right? Hope you don't mess around, have a twitch, snap your neck. Sad. The damned. Let's move on. Now, I'm not going to get to, I had a lot of technical stuff today, bro, since I'm not going to get to my whole subject. But I see how far I can go. Oh, now they mentioned, see, they try to get away from the Bible because the Bible is kicking their ass. See, Suleiman's kicking their ass with the Bible. Kicking their ass. I mean, kicking their ass. He said, who the Lord consume with spit of his mouth and destroy. Not play games with, destroy. When the brightness of his coming. That means fuck them up. When the brightness of coming. That's what destroy means. See, that's what they're going to do to him. Okay, so that's why, and they do it with the Bible. See, with the spirit of his mouth. Not with a fork, not with a knife, not with a gun, with the spirit of his mouth. But see, they try to get away from this. Look at the lie they told. They says, oh, well, the Bible, we got to get to the Quran. You want to get away from the Bible because the Bible's tearing their ass up. The Bible is, look at, just read Exodus. But see, because that's what I'm saying. Just read Exodus. You can't go wrong. Oh, well, you be careful with that Bible because they twist it around. They twist things around. See, because they're trying to get away from what's kicking his ass. See? So therefore, they say, oh, you gotta be skeptical of that Bible. But the Quran doesn't back them either. But the Bible is kicking their ass. The Quran doesn't say much about him other than when Moses came back, he wanted to kill his dumb ass. But the Bible, everything in the Bible shows him as a lying dog. Nothing bears with anything he's saying. So therefore, they want to eliminate the Bible. But so they tell you, oh, well, the Bible's been tampered with. And so you got to stick with the Quran. Because the Quran is God's word. See? And the Bible's been tampered with, so stuff's mixed up. So you may be saying something else, and they put stuff in, shouldn't be in. See, they're trying to get around the fact that they're trying to diminish. In other words, I got a sword that's straight up his ass. They're trying to dull the sword. You know, trying to dull the sword, put some cotton something on it so it won't hurt so much. So listen what the Quran says. That's how stupid they are. What it says here, Allah is the best knower. Allah speaking, right? This book, there's no doubt in it. So no doubt. No doubt at all. Remember that, no doubt. It's God those keep that dude who believe us, see, to keep up prayer, spell what forgiven them. And who believe that that was revealed to thee. That's the Quran revealed to thee, and that was revealed before thee. That means you have to bring the Bible too. That's how dumb they are. That means the Bible, it's bad translations, but it still says you got to believe in it. So you got to believe in it. Because that's your problem. You get a bad translation because the actual translations, the manuscripts are there. You get a transliteral version. But anyway, the bottom line is that you got to believe in the Bible too. They try to say, oh, you don't. And he just told you, that's God's word. That's God speaking. He said, no, you have to believe in the Bible too. So how's that sword up your ass, Farrakhan? How it feels? It's getting sharper. And in fact, I'm heating it up. See? They're so stupid. You got to bring the Bible too. They're trying to diminish that. So, yeah, it says Aaron is no damn good, but they put that in there. Well, how would they know that 2,000 years ago, 2,000 years ago, Pharaoh comes come along and we better fix this, mess him up? No. It says Aaron was no goddamn good. He led people around the wilderness for 40 years. And he got them all destroyed. All his followers destroyed. He had worshiped the golden calf. He was a lying dog. See, he even claims he's Aaron. So who is Aaron? Just look at Exodus. See? Oh no, it didn't mean that. They trampled that. No, he said you got to believe in it. So God lying on this one too? Let's move on, brothers and sisters. Okay, here I play this again, brothers and sisters. I really have to cut this short because I'm not going to be able to have a full presentation today, brothers and sisters. I have a lot of technical issues, and time is running out. We're going to talk about that in a minute if I get to it. Well, I'm going to get to that anyway. Let's listen to this.
I gotta do this. Do you mind? Yes, I'm gonna do something. I don't want to put my brother on the spot. See, this is this. This is something else. Love and faith transcends color. And the reason why we embrace Father Flager as a brother is because we find him on the battlefield of justice, being a true disciple of Jesus. And the last thing I'll say is you'll never call us racist.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Because this day that we honor
Yes, sir.
Master Fard Muhammad, if you see an image of him, put his image up.
Yes, sir.
That's the man whose father was a black man and his mother a Caucasian. And how many of us have a parent that's a Caucasian or grandparent? It's not about color. It's about our submission to the will of God. And in that we find common ground and unity.
Yes, sir.
So I'm only one shade lighter than you, so. And Mustafa may be 4 more shades lighter. We a family.
Yes, sir.
Let's stay a family and be a family and love each other as God would have us to love each other. We love you, Father. Happy Savior's Day. Thank you. I had to do that. We love you.
One more time, brother.
We'll see how much he loved him in a few more days. See how much. Because time is running out for them, brothers and sisters. You'll see in a minute. They all laugh and have fun. There's nothing to Elijah. That's totally against the lessons. Totally against everything Elijah Muhammad taught. I was there. I was reading live from 70 to 75 till he departed. In Chicago. At Temple number 2.
Do you then believe in a part of the book and disbelieve in the other? What then is the reward of such among you as do this but disgrace in the life of this world, and on the day of resurrection they shall be sent back to the most grievous chastisement? And Allah is not heedless of what you do. 86 These are they who buy the life of this world for the hereafter, so their chastisement shall not be lightened, nor shall they be helped.
Most grievous chastisement, brothers and sisters. That's the worst possible. That's even worse than the devil's. The most. That means the most is the most, right? That's reserved for them. So let's see if they're guilty of that. Let's see if they're guilty of that charge. Messenger of the covenant.
Malachi 3:1. Behold, I will send my messenger, and he shall prepare the way before me, and the Lord, whom ye seek, shall suddenly come to his temple, even the messenger of the covenant, whom ye delight in. Behold, he shall come, saith the Lord of hosts.
Okay, this is Malachi. They quote Malachi. They quote Elijah's messenger. But they say he's the last one. Ain't nobody coming after him. But wait a minute, ain't this a messenger here? Isn't that a messenger? The messenger coming, they'll come after Elijah? We Elijah prepared the way before? Oh, they don't never mention this one. Elijah's the last one, eternal leader, a day of Islam. What about this messenger? Why they don't mention this messenger? He's the messenger of the covenant. The covenant is the promise Allah made to us. That God made us. That's the covenant. That's our reward for whatever we did. See, that's God's word here. So he's the messenger of God's word. But they don't mention him. So why don't we know God's word is? They don't mention the messenger and the messenger of God's word. When it really has God's word and it's God's promise. It's what covenant is, an agreement of God. It's more than an agreement, it's word. They never mention it. But they mention in this messenger, who this one would prepare the way, he would prepare the way for this messenger. And he would come to his temple, which he did. While Elijah was present. And God said he's coming, but they say he ain't. Because if they say Elijah's not Elijah's last messenger, they say this guy ain't showing up. That's what they're saying. They say if he's the last messenger, Elijah, then this messenger don't exist. He ain't, and say calling God a liar right there. Let's move to the next one. He's a messenger of. Be part of the book, this been the other. Okay, here's the covenant. Let's look at the covenant.
Genesis 15:12. And when the sun was going down, a deep sleep fell upon Abram, and, lo, an horror of great darkness fell upon him. 13. And he said unto Abram, Know of a surety that thy seed shall be a stranger in a land that is not theirs, and shall serve them, and they shall afflict them 400 years. 14. And also that nation, whom they shall serve, will I judge, and afterward shall they come out with great substance.
Okay, brothers and sisters, they speak this part. They mention this part. They don't like to mention the part about, they distort the part about the great substance. They say, oh, it don't mean come out, it means come out her names and her religion. But they mention this part, the 400 years. They mention that part. But let's what the rest of it says. The part they don't mention. It's the covenant right here.
Genesis 15:18. In the same day the Lord made a covenant with Abram, saying, Unto thy seed have I given this land, from the river of Egypt unto the great river, the river Euphrates.
There you go again, brothers and sisters. They call God a liar. But they don't mention the covenant either. He says we're not going anywhere, so they call God a liar. Because God said, that's my word there. This is what's going to happen to you. This is my word. For what you just went through for 100 years, that's my word. Farrakhan said, fuck that. We ain't going nowhere. I don't give a damn what he says. We ain't going nowhere. That's his covenant, God's word. So, God said the messenger's coming. No, he ain't. Elijah, last one. So they calling God a liar there. Calling God a liar here too. Because he said, hey, you ain't going nowhere. Ain't no messenger covenant, and you ain't going nowhere. That's why I want to try to diminish the Bible. Oh, you can't. They add stuff, subtract stuff. It's right there, brothers and sisters. They being part of the book and this being the other. Is that clear enough? Let's see if we can find the identity of the messenger covenant. See if we can get that one. Remember, all these are connected. The covenant, the message of the covenant. Let's find the identity of the message of the covenant.
1. Now after the death of Moses the servant of the Lord it came to pass, that the Lord spake unto Joshua the son of Nun, Moses' minister, saying, To Moses my servant is dead, now therefore arise, go over this Jordan, thou, and all this people, unto the land which I do give to them, even to the children of Israel. 3. Every place that the sole of your foot shall tread upon, that have I given unto you, as I said unto Moses. 4. From the wilderness and this Lebanon even unto the great river, the river Euphrates, all the land of the Hittites, and unto the great sea toward the going down of the sun, shall be your coast.
Oh, what happened to Aaron? Bible says Aaron, he bypassed Aaron. Why he bypassed Aaron and went to Joshua? That's the mission of the covenant. He's the one to fulfill the covenant. He take it back to the river Euphrates, back to Arabia. He's the one who's going to fulfill it. But they don't mention the covenant. They don't mention the message of the covenant. And they don't mention the identity of the message of the covenant, right? Because that's who, right? That's Joshua. He's going to return us back to. All three are connected. They don't mention any of them. Think about that. Why is that? But being part of the book, they don't believe in the other. Being part of the book, is there evidence? You buy the evidence?
Five. There shall not any man be able to stand before thee all the days of thy life, as I was with Moses, so I will be with thee, I will not fail thee, nor forsake thee.
I don't know. Is that Farrakhan I talked about? Because somebody forsake his ass when they blew his ass up with the radiation pellets, wouldn't they? And now he's shitting and pissing in the bag. Can't wipe his own ass right now. Walking around in a jumpsuit because they have to dress him. Somebody's forsake him. So is that what they're talking about here? Let's move on, brothers and sisters. Okay, I'm gonna try to get to my main subject here, brothers and sisters. Let me see what I can do. I'm not gonna get to all of it. I see that now. Vengeance. Tribulation. We're still on the tribulation, brothers and sisters. See here? Now, what I'm trying to show you is trying to get you to understand how pressure works. You know, it's like, you have ants. Ants go to war with each other. They have ant wars. Now, I don't know the particular, but they do have ant wars. I've seen them. Ants be fighting, right? Because they have different types of ants. And here they battle. And you come along with your big foot and you step and you crash them. And they're like, nothing. Because you're coming from another dimension. So you see here, now here, these are devils, they at war. They fighting, they killing, they beating each other. But that's what they think the war is. See? And then what happens is, they're two-dimensional people. And we're coming from the third dimension. They don't understand that. So what happens is this. Just crush them. All them wars and all them guns and all that stuff don't mean anything. Because it's on that level. If you're on that level, yeah, that's where you see all the stuff America's doing. World War III, talking about they got atomic bombs, all that kind of stuff. It don't mean shit to us. That's it. No weapon they produce will prevail against us. You see, when you look at this thing here, they looking this way. They ain't looking up. You know what I'm saying? See if I can. Look this way. No, but it's not going to matter. You understand? They look horizontal. Like this, see? They going to see this way. And the destruction's coming from this way. See, they fight, they battling. So like you saw these wars and stuff going on, they battling. It don't mean a damn thing to us. Unless you stuck down that level. Because we coming from another dimension and it's going to crush all of that. That's what we're trying to tell you to understand how pressure works. Another one here. See here? All this, man, all this here. Boom. Crush it all. That's what I tell you. I'm trying to get you to understand, brother and sister. See, they put their trust in weapons. The main thing, they're two-dimensional weapons. That's just another graphic way to explain to you, brothers and sisters. Let me move on. Okay, let me read this out, brothers and sisters. And I saw after another angel stepping down out of heaven, having most authority, great earth was lightened out of the glory of him. He cried a strong voice, saying, She fell, Babylon the Great. She came to the dwelling place of demons and prison of every spirit unclean and prison of every bird unclean, having been hated. See, the demon, Farrakhan is a demon. That means half devil, half man. As far as the devil, that means he's a. If you're not, in other words. If you got a mixed marriage, so you got a mixed gene pool, put it that way. If you see the seed is who you are. If your mother is not Caucasian, that means you're a demon. Then because you're still a devil, just you ain't a pure devil, put it that way. A demon is half devil, half man. That means your father's a devil. Right? But your mother may not be. If your mother's not a devil, then that makes you a demon if your father's a devil. That's what demons are. Period. And Farrakhan never talks about demons because he's one of them. See? She fell, Babylon the Great. She came to dwelling place of demons and prison every spirit unclean and prison every bird unclean having been hated. Because out of the wine and anger of her fornication, she has fallen America's corrupt all the nations, right? And the kings of earth with her committed fornication, right? In other words, Europe, all the things they was doing to us, right? And the traveling mercy earth out of power to reign. Okay, let me move on. Let's move on to the next one. And I heard other voice I heaven saying, "Come you out of the out the people of me." See, Farrakhan said that means come out her names every day. No, it means get the hell out of here. In order you should not share together the sins of her and out of the plagues of her. So in other words, if we just come out her name and religion, the plagues won't affect us. The plagues won't affect us just because we don't have that name religion anymore. Okay, you buy that one if you want. And you should not receive. Get the hell out of here so you won't receive. Going to hit them because it says God will not attack a country until laws of righteous were in there. So that means we have to get the hell out of here. Not come out her names and religion. It says that. That's why we held the hostages. I talked about that the other day, right? And because go together her the sins of all of heaven, and okay, and God unjust action. In other words, judgment. Farrakhan don't want America to be judged. He said, I don't want to see America judged. I don't want to see that happen to America. I want to reform America. No, God says he come to judge her. Remember the one that says, I don't come to bring peace, I come to bring a sword, mother against daughter, father against son. Okay, go on, Farrakhan. Give you back to her also. Give her back and double. It means do double to her what she done to us. But it says, vengeance is mine, said the Lord. I will repay. But it's telling us to do it. So that means we must be the Lord. See? It says, give back her double as she done to you. Now, if you go to one of his so-called study groups, ask them about this, they'll tell you over there, oh, we can't do them like they did to us, because we ain't like that. That's God's command. Because he don't want anything to happen to America. But he wants the worms to eat your ass. He pray a lot of worms, eat your ass. He won't let it happen to white folks, though. I don't want to save them. Because he's one of them. See? Give her a double. Double. See? You read at your own leisure, bro. Chapter 18. What you call Revelations. Okay. You had you was in the valid decision, brother. Says you had approximately 6 months pause. See? You had the abomination of desolation was a yellow light. It tells you see that. Hell's about to break loose. But you first of all, you weren't paying attention to that. And these so-called demon preachers out there, they don't talk about abomination of desolation. They don't talk about it. And devils don't talk about it to you, but they used to talk about it, right, in the past for years, back in 60s, 70s, 80s, right? Even later than that. Abomination of desolation. And the way they characterized it is that the Arabs are going to get control of the Jews over in Palestine, right? And commit genocide against them. That's the way they characterize it. See? So, and that's going to make Jesus come. Because when they get, when the Arabs start just almost wipe them out, they're going to call on Jesus, and then Jesus will come and say it. That's what the story was giving you for years and years and years. Those of you that, when they even talk about it all, that story was given you. See? But then when it happens, it's the other way around. It's the Jews doing it to the Arabs. Because when they had the other way around, remember, the Arabs, they was doing it to the Jews, and then God was going to come back and destroy them, because it says, we see abomination of desolation, says their destruction is nigher, the one that's commit the cruelty. So they said, well, Jesus ain't going to kill those Arabs and save the Jews. But it turned out reverse. It's the Jews doing it against the Arabs. So the Jews are going to be destroyed. You see, that's why they don't talk about it. Because that might wake you up. Because they're masquerading as you, saying you are Israel. I mean, they're masquerading as you, saying they're Israel when they know that you are. The whole reason they set them up, to keep the nullify what Elijah Muhammad was telling you, destroy the vision Elijah Muhammad was giving you, because the people out of vision perished, and that's why they was remove your vision, told you were none but ham, you were none but niggers, you were saved, so you had no vision until Elijah Muhammad gave you a vision, and then he had to nullify that vision by putting false suits up there who they was killing and murdering just days before. They've been at it to each other for 2,000 years, and suddenly they become friends. And they're backing them because it was to keep you from understanding who you are. They nullify what Elijah Muhammad said. That's the reason why they did it. Okay? All of a sudden they come, they love each other all of a sudden. So if they're going, and the whole prophecy is, once they return home, they will not be destroyed. So the problem is that if they're about to be destroyed, that means that vision was a false vision. That means there's a vacuum. They call it vacuum to I don't know if I want to speak to that or not. That dummy says, oh, well, when Adam come, it'll be a vacuum. He said vacuum is with no life, no breath, no air, right? And he says, Adam's going to rule in the vacuum. I said, that dummy ass know what he just said? He just said that, he says, Adam is going to rule in a vacuum. We're in a vacuum now. And it says, in a vacuum, he explained, a vacuum is a place with no air, no water, right? No life. That's what he said. Read it. Go back and check it. No life, no air, no water. And Adam's going to rule in a vacuum. I was rolling. I said, that fool just said a vacuum is lifeless, airless. But Adam, is he alive? He's going to rule in it. And we're going to be, so are we all dead or what? The boy is he's certified stupid. And that's, remember, he was quoting Farrakhan. These words Farrakhan has said. See? So you can tell about the teacher by students. So the students are dumb as hell. So you know a lot about the teacher. That's why I'm not going to let anybody out there talking about this angel. Let's see what the hell they're talking about, because that's reflection on me. I ain't going to have it. So the thing is that you got, I lost my train of thought here, bro. So anyway, let's back up. Oh, the abomination of desolation. They don't talk about it because it's the reverse of what they were saying. Because they talk about that would mean that false Israel is false, and the Arabs are the one being persecuted. Because look at abomination. The definition says the uprising was put down with great cruelty. So who's the uprising? Who's applying the cruelty? It said their destruction is near. So the people applying the cruelty, their destruction is near. So that's why it's reversed to what they were saying. So that's why they don't tell you about it. But it's happening right before your eyes. Because that's the yellow light telling you destruction, apocalypse is starting. They want you to know that. I'm the only one telling you. That's what it is. Abomination desolation is going over and tells you where it will be in Jerusalem. I mean, how can you go wrong with that? It's happening right there, right now, before your eyes. See, that means false history is about to be destroyed. But it'll be destroyed by war. See, and that war started back in June. It said there'd be a pause for about 6 months, approximately. So June, the war started. War broke out in heaven. Michael, his angel, matched by Muhammad and his angels, a Shia, went against the dragon's angels. House of Saud, America, Britain, and false Israel. That started in June. Then there'd be a silence for about 6 months. Probably 6 months, which would be a little over a little. It's approximate. That's exactly what happened. June, right? That when the war went down, then there's silence. That's when you valid decision. You make up your mind, but you didn't pay attention. So you take June, right? Probably 6 months. Says silence in heaven, war in heaven, same place. There be silence in heaven for about half an hour, right? Which hours a year, about 6 months, right? And it'd be silent. So June, July, August, September, October, November, December. 6 months. So after that, start back up again, ain't it? Exactly right on time. Don't say I didn't tell you, because I talked about this months ago, years ago actually. This silence. It's out there. It's on YouTube. Silence. So that's it. So yeah. And what happened? All of a sudden, out of nowhere, they started telling me they're going to attack Iran again. And now they've already attacked it. See, the war's already started already. It just hasn't hit critical point. But the war started already, right on time. Because what it did is they went and destabilized, they started riots, they started killing people over there. He said, but the point is they threw a punch and the punch didn't work because Iran was able to block the punch. They said, okay, we got to try to throw a different punch. That's what's going on right now. The war started over a week or so ago. The war started again. After the pause, right on time. The planes were in the air. The planes were in the air, and then Trump got cold feet and pulled it back because they saw that Iran had blocked the punch because they had riots going on, and Iran blocked these. He cut down the internet, cut down the Starlink thing, right? And there was a quell it and arrested all these people that was doing this stuff, and it was able to, and so because that was the whole thing. It was supposed to destabilize, and while they were destabilized, they was going to come in and attack. They blocked that punch, so it didn't work like they thought. But they haven't stopped. They said, okay, now they're bringing ships over and everything else. Try a different punch. So war started right on time. So your valid decision's over. So you're in it now. You're going to feel it in a minute. Right? You're going to feel it in a minute. War started. War just started. Don't tell me, I didn't speak high symbolic language either. I said it'd be a silence. I said silence means it's going to be a pause. They didn't have a ceasefire, they had a pause, like, between rounds. And it lasted probably 6 months exactly. And then began January, right? They started destabilizing, they attacked. That was attack. Because they had agents on the ground, they was killing people, they killed 100. That was attack. That was a prelude. And the planes were on the way. And Trump said, Iran was able to block that punch and capture those people that was attacking them on the ground, because they were attacking. The agents were attacking on the ground. The war started. They said, okay, we got to get some more. We got to get a bigger punch. So they got ships on the way. And everybody knows it's a day or another day or a few hours, whatever. Was jumped there to commit. The war started, brothers and sisters, exactly on time. Right? Here it is. Now it's heaven, it's over. Now again, if you listen to what Elijah Muhammad said, make an owner, cream of the planet Earth, God, universe. Make an owner of the earth. That means the whole earth belongs to us, everything. But we have nothing. But look who the players are that have everything. They control our energy. We're slaves. We're a nation, a slave nation. So they say a sovereign, that means you're a free nation. But we're a nation that's subservient to another nation. That means we're a slave nation. So why you want to stay at Farrakhan? Because we're feeding you. They're living off of us. They're the vultures. How you say, where the carcass is, the legals we gather together. Is that what they're talking about? They gather, why they gather together? They eat the carcass. They're the vultures. They're living off us. They're parasites. Farrakhan's got he's a multi-millionaire off of us. He don't have a business or anything. His son also. America got rich off us. That's why they want to let us leave, because we leave there, like the book says, by us leaving, it plundered Egypt. That means it broke them economically. They're living off us. And then when we was in the ladies in the fields anymore, the house niggas, that was their children, their black-faced children. They was living off us vicariously because by their fathers living off us, their fathers gave them some of what they got from us. But now they wouldn't get anything much anymore from the fields. They're still getting from us, but not from the fields, because we still slave. They call employees now and stuff like that. They still control us. If somebody's controlling your energy, brothers and sisters, somebody else is managing your energy, you're a slave to them. Period. That's what slavery is. They control your energy. They control your energy, manage your energy to their benefit. If you manage your energy to your benefit, then that's not a slave. That's for children. You manage their energy, because as they're growing up, you manage their energy. That's called raising them to their benefit. Show them how to teach them how to manage their energy. That's what you're supposed to be doing. But they're using our energy to their benefit. That's what profit is. That means that profit, by definition, capitalism by definition is slavery. Maximum profit, minimum overhead. So they can get you to work and don't have to pay anything. Exactly what slavery was all about. I can go more into that. I'm not. You understand? That's what that's all about. So we're a slave nation. And then you have false systems. They've stolen our identity. So they control our energy. America control our energy. We're a slave nation, right? We're employees. We work for them, do what they tell us to do, obey their laws. We're a slave nation. And they have stolen our identity, false Israel. Arabia, remember we supposed to return to Arabia. That means that's our land. That's taken all that said. It's in the covenant. That's what we're going to turn to. Between the River Euphrates and the River Africa, right? That's actually Arabia. Look on the map. So they got land. And they got the economy. Because, let me deal with that a little bit. I'm going to close, brothers and sisters. To keep us under control, they have to manage the energy, make sure we don't get control of energy, and make sure we minimize the energy that we have any control of at all. So what they did was, after they sort of started getting energized, they said, hey, we got to slow this down. So what they did was, they took your jobs. Remember, Detroit was like a industrial mecca for black folks. They took all the jobs and sent them over to China. Now, Detroit is a basket case, because they didn't want you to have them. And then the intellectual jobs, which you're best at, they took and brought Indians over, took them. That's your economy. They took that. And they had built jails and prisons for you, right? And community, when you're homeless and all that kind, they brought that stuff for you. But no jobs, no industrial jobs, no intellectual jobs. And you're the best at both of them. See? So they got your economy, you got your land, you got your identity, got your energy, and also took your vision. That's what Farrakhan said, we ain't going nowhere. That means people without a vision perish. Now ask Farrakhan, where's their vision? Oh, L. Ron Hubbard, Scientology. Ask Farrakhan, where's their vision? They have none. They want to stay here. American dream. A dream is not a vision. Dream is something when you wake up, it's not there anymore. It's only there while you sleep. That's what we call American dream, because you're never going to get it. It's here to keep you asleep, dreaming. You be so happy you're dreaming, oh, and then you wake up and you find it was a fucking nightmare. Okay? So he's there. He says, we ain't going nowhere. That means you have no vision. Return home without vision as reward for our suffering 40 years. So he says, we don't have a vision. We don't get a reward because that wasn't a reward for suffering. That was punishment. We was being punished. That's why it was over here. God was punishing us. It was a goddamn lie. So, but he claims he's with Elijah. Now, that's the bait. To snuff out anybody that had maintained that seed of light that Elijah Muhammad planted. So that's why I use Elijah as bait. Oh, so you think you're getting Elijah and you come here? It's like the fish. You think you get that worm, then you get a hook. Next thing you know, it's in a frying pan. Same thing. Because you can't tell me that when you get to Farrakhan that he's teaching Elijah Muhammad's teaching. I get $5,000. You can show me that you're actually getting $5,000. No, you ain't. You're getting a hook. Scientology. No vision. Ask them what their vision's over there. They don't have one. And the idea to take the vision away. We ain't going nowhere. We like it here. Devils ain't devils no more. The scheme. I'm going to stop at this point, brothers and sisters. No, I'm going to give you this, and then I'm going to stop here. You see here? Why do the heathens rage? And the people imagine a vain thing. That means something can happen. The kings of earth, remember I told you? The second and third dimension. They can't stop that because they don't even realize there's a third dimension there. Anyway, let's go on. The kings of earth and themselves and the rulers take counsel together against the Lord and against his anointed. Who's the Lord they're talking about here? The message of the covenant is the Lord. The Lord whom you seek, he's the Lord. The Lamb, right? The break seals, he's the Lord. And against his anointed, saying, let us break their bands asunder and cast away their cords from us. He that saith in heaven shall laugh. I laugh at their dumb asses. But I know they can't do anything. They're like those ants. All I got to do is go in and put my big foot on it. So all of them dead. It might be millions of them. Right? And the Lord shall have them in derision. That means they're confused because they run around fighting. They don't realize that's not their destruction coming from. This is coming from above them. So they're in derision. They fight, hey, man, I got to take Greenland. I got to take Venezuela. Like that's going to save them. No. Okay? So they're in derision. Then shall he speak on them in his wrath and vex them in his sore displeasure. See, his wrath, that's angel. He has to tear their ass up. Because around the money, it's not like to watch the weather. It's accurate. Just like I told you, it's probably 6 months. It's like 6 months right on time. They back at it. Attack it and ran again. Yet I have set my king upon my holy sign. I will decree. Okay, let's go down to the bottom down here. Kiss the Son, lest he be angry, and ye perish from the way. His wrath is kindled but little. Blessed are they that put trust in him. What's talking about right here? That means, like he says, I'm bringing a sword. When Suleiman comes, he's wrathful because what he's done to his people, especially his women. Right? He said, don't fuck around with him because he's serious. He don't care if you're a devil or demon, whatever. Don't get in his way. He said, if you get in the way, you're going to get crushed or broken. That's what he's telling you here because he's serious. So you better be with him, not behind him, not in front of him. You better be on the battlefield. Because if he got to pull you along, he don't want to bother with you. He got to push you, don't be bothered. He got to pull you or push you, he don't be bothered with you. He got time for that. He says he make his ministers the flames of fire. That when he gets his real ministers, they be flames of fire, not little cinders smoking, right? getting shit all wrong and don't get shit right and getting all mixed up. No, it won't happen. It says it makes his ministers flames of fire. I can explain it to you more detail, brother, but I'm not going right now. Make his ministers flames of fire. They burning shit up. See, not getting stuff half right, half wrong. Let's move on. Okay, keep not thy signs, O God. Hold not thy peace, and be not still, O God, for lo, thy enemies make a tumult, and they hate thee, have lifted up their heads. See? That's including Farrakhan. They have taken crafty counsel against thy people, and consulted against thy hidden ones. They have said, come and let us, who's are hidden ones? That's the elect. See, they're hidden from you, right? They have said, come, let us cut them off from being a nation. So we're a slave nation because we're under control of another nation. And the name of Israel be no more remembrance. See, the false Israel stole identity. They're talking about us. They don't want you to know they're talking about you. But they have consulted together with one consent. They are confederate against thee, the tabernacles of Edom, and the Ishmaelites of Modem. Israelites, that's Sunni Arabs over there. They're against us too. It says right there. Move on. Now, this is a scheme. Their plans against us. See, now there arose a new king over Egypt who did not know Joseph. It said to his people, look, the people of the children of Israel, again, are more mighty than we. Come, let us deal shrewdly with them in a way they won't see it coming. They're working against you. But they're doing the way where they want you to notice they're doing it. That's part of the Epstein files. Let me speak to that in a minute. You know, the Jews, a lot of them incognito, because they white like the other ones, right? So they be around the rest, and what they did was, see, because they know that these devils don't like them either. They only use them to keep us blind. Once they get rid of us and get rid of them, that's another story. I explained that in detail called Dilemma, right? But the bottom line is they set this whole thing up. That's how they got control of America. Because what they did was, is they be around Biden and Bush and all these other folks, right? They be talking. They talk how they really, when we ain't around, how they really feel about us. What their plans are. Remember they deal with them shrewdly, the way they won't see it. And they take all that stuff. That's a threat. If you don't help us and back us, we're going to let them niggas know exactly what you plan against them, that you plan to annihilate them, that you plan to get rid of them, that you got all these plans and all this stuff. That's part of the threat. That's why they don't want to reveal it, because they don't want to get you upset before they get rid of you. They got to get. Let me speak to that. I'm gonna close, bro. See, you keep on watching NFL, NBA, all that kind of stuff. You can't spell NFL. It's so sad. Yes, but how you spell NFL? AI. It's much deeper than you think, but I'm going to tell you on surface level. China has like AI cities, right? They don't need people to flip hamburgers. They got robots do that. So say, for instance, you got a McDonald's, right? Say you got 10 people working there, right? 8 hours. But they use some over 24 hours, right? But just say 8-hour shift. When you say minimum wage, you pay $10 an hour, right? Okay, we got, 10 people in there? So that's $100 an hour. So that's 8 hours, that's $800 that you're paying to flip these burgers or whatever you're doing, right? But if you got AI doing that, then that's $800 you save. That means that burger that's $300 might only, about $3. $3 may only be a dollar, because it don't cost so much to produce it, because you got to include your overhead. That's going in China. See, China's got the best electric car in the world right now, and it's way cheaper than anything they got here. That's why they won't let them in. That's why Trump is putting these tariffs in, because they fight. You don't read the background. What's happening is people moving AI, and so the computers doing stuff is cheaper. So they can sell to you cheaper. But America, see, like China, they can do that kind of stuff because they have a social system, so everybody gets paid, everybody gets a check, whether they work or not. But here, you don't work, you don't get a check. So they can't establish that here, that kind of thing here, because If they bring I in, you don't have a job. So what happened is that that's why Trump has to put these tariffs out there, because the tariffs, because if somebody come and say, okay, remember how Nissan and Honda took over the American market because they produced a better car cheaper. So then everybody's driving those cars now. You hardly see anybody driving a Ford or Chrysler anymore. Right? So they put tariffs on it, because if China comes and says, okay, I got a car here, electric car, and it only cost me $10,000 to make it, and you got you a car that's not even as good, you got to pay $20,000 for it. Well, which one are you going to buy? So Trump put $10,000 tariff on that thing, so it costs the same much as a regular car. That's why he's doing it. So, but otherwise, if it came in without the tariffs, you wouldn't buy an American car anymore. You'd buy that car because it's half price. That's why he's doing this. They can't keep doing it forever. Because that'll affect people say, wait a minute, I got to buy a $20,000 car, I buy a $10,000 car. The public get upset about that. But they can't tell you what's going on. So you got to find a way to put AI in there. But if you put AI in there, you will have a job. And the first job to go is your job. The white folks' job is go after theirs, but they ain't going to tell them that. Not all of them, a lot of them. But yours will be the first ones to go. You won't be flipping burgers and Popeyes and chicken in Kentucky. You won't be doing that because they got machines to do it. And you'll be out of work. You won't be administrative assistant, because you ever call anybody on the phone now, who you talk to? Talk to a damn robot. They don't need you anymore. But they can't get rid of you unless they have to do it like that before you can see it coming, because otherwise you're going to tear this country apart. So happened to George Floyd. You tear this country apart. You're not going to starve to death. You're not going to be homeless. 17 million, 35 million if you cut all the demons too, over 34 million. You go crazy. You tear this country apart and know it. So you got to figure out how to get rid of you before you realize it. So it's like this, when you got a job to do first, right? They train you, don't they? If you're in a sport event, you got a game, you get trained, right? So therefore, they train you against dummies, right? So they training. This was this whole thing about the immigration thing is out, right? How to gather up people. They teach them how to do that. And how to exterminate people, genocide, get people used to it. That's what's going on over there. Who's responsible for that genocide over there? America's over there trying to play it down like there ain't nothing happening. Who's applying the bullets? Folks who's just pulling the trigger. That's why I'm saying that the same thing. They do all these things because they get ready to do it to you. But they get everybody ready for it, trained to it, and everybody desensitized to it. Because they got to get ready. They have no choice. They have no choice. Same thing with the Civil War. They didn't need you in the fields anymore because they had machines to do that stuff. So what are we going to do with them? They claim they had Civil War. It wasn't about freeing you. After hundreds of years, that's a bad idea. No, they didn't need you anymore in the fields. So they threw you ass in a ditch and gave you nothing. But this time they got to get rid of you. They're not going to send you a damn check. They got to. And that's what Trump is. That's why the court's not fighting them. Nobody's, the Senate, the Congress, they're getting away with it because they all know this has to happen. And the ones in Congress, those blacks in Congress, they're demons. They're the ones voted for a 3-strike law and that kind of stuff. They vote for that themselves. They're against you too. It's like Farrakhan is. All except the closing on you. They're going to get them too. But that's no story. But you're the target. They have to get rid of it. They have no choice. Because they've been beat economically around the world. Everybody's going AI, and they don't need, China had one factory, had 2,000 people in it. Now it's only like 20 or 200 people in it. Because they don't need them anymore. But they got a whole different system there. They don't need you in Burger King anymore. They got machines to do that. They don't need you in Popeyes anymore. They don't need you in those places. And so the immigrants, this whole thing is, we got to practice. So it's the immigrants. So see how they round them up. See how violent they getting with them. And then they get close to the mark, right? See, they went to Minnesota. They started getting people closer to what's going on. Because we got to get rid of all the Somalians. Now, that didn't get you to wake up. You keep watching NFL. That's just another way of getting all the blacks. They'll get all the Somalians. So they say it that way, right? They got to get rid of you, had no choice. They say economically viable. They don't need you here anymore. Have nothing for you. That's why I said deal shrewdly with them. They don't see it coming. I'm just telling you. And most of you don't get caught up because you ain't paying attention. See, because you got Farrakhan and them listening to them people. They're not telling you. He said, oh, time is bad, but just leave Farrakhan. The man's pissing shit in a bag. He can't wipe his own ass. And he gonna lead you anywhere? The man, that's why I don't put it in public, because he's slobbing on himself. Comes to shrewdly with them. They multiply and happen to invent a war. See, because you wake up in a war. Remember, because come together, see the great army, that they join our enemies. See, you wake up, and then you realize the devil's your enemies, and you join with their enemies and fight against us and go up and lead a land. Go back home. That's what Abraham covered all about, the tribulation. You're going to fight against them and you're going to get the hell out of here. That's what it's telling you. See? It's telling you. Because that's a scenario. That's a given scenario, but you miss it. The scenario is you come together, see the great army, that's what will happen, through tribulation, and you fight against them, do double them as done to you, and then you get the hell out and go back home. That's their fearing. So let's get rid of them before they can do that. See, therefore, say taskmaster over them, they afflict right, and it says in it, right? Well, that's the next one. It said throw them into the river. That's one of the plans ahead. But you understand, angel key for that. It said throw them to in the river. Well, the river represents China. That's why I picked a war with China. That's one of the ways. That's one of the ways to get rid of you. Pick a war with China, but not a conventional war. And then force to draft your ass, and you'll be right and get you wiped out in that. That's another story. Let's move on. That's what's going on, brothers and sisters. Okay, let's move on. Aaron Farrakhan. See, the Lord said to Moses, I think we have a print on out of this. I don't. No, I don't. Previous. Oh, here it is. See? And the Lord said to Moses, remember? That's Elijah. Go down to that people that brought thee out of the land of Egypt and have corrupt themselves. They said the nation Islam has corrupt themselves. He said, Moses, get down there. They didn't corrupt themselves. They have turned quickly out of the way which I commanded them. They wasn't following my teachings. Nor yours either. But Barak said he's teaching a lot of Muhammad teaching. You know, it says, go down, and God told us to get down. They ain't teaching the teachers anymore. They made up some stuff. See? Go read Exodus, it says right there. I'm moving on, brothers and sisters. It's Aaron for you. Birth of a nation. Before she developed, she bore forth. Therefore, the pain came. She was delivered of a man child who had heard such a thing, who had seen such a thing. Shall earth be made to bring forth? And when that means you're going to come together immediately during this war. This war is going on now. It's going to hit high volume in a minute. That's when you come together with it. Before summer, brothers and sisters, you come together. Because the American dream is going to turn to a nightmare. It's not going to be there. You're going to wake up and realize there's nothing there. And soon I'm here. Maybe if he that's it. Because everybody's turning against you. If he turned against you, lost. He's here with you to provide your vision. But you have to want it because you come to him. Read Mark. Let's see such things. Shall earth be made to bring forth in one day? Shall they be born at once? That's what happened between now, before summer. This war is over. The war has not stopped. Right? Iran just blocked the punch. So they come and they bring more force in for a bigger punch. Demons, they don't talk about this either. What's this? How can we talk about this? Another Arab put forth, saying, the kingdom of heaven is like a man who sowed good seed. Seed. sperm. And you're talking about people, so that means that sperm, to see the sperm, because the wheat and the chaff are people. So it says seed, that means somebody raped out women. Can't you add, subtract, brothers and sisters? The chaff and the wheat are people. So a seed must be sperm. And somebody sowed their sperm in our field, that means in our women, our field, where we sow our seed to. But somebody sowed their seed into our women. Women are our field. We sow our seed into our field. So somebody sowed their seed into it. They raped our women while we were asleep, while we was in Holocaust, down and out. They raped our women. That's what it's saying here. They sowed this and went away. And when it came up, they both came up together. See? It said, so you can read the whole thing at your leisure. But Elijah was told, don't separate them. You can't separate them because you ain't wise enough to do it. Because you know, that's why it says in Jonah, they'll know right from the left. That means they're still mixed up. They can't determine the wheat from the chaff. It's the only Son of Man can do that. So you read at your leisure, brothers and sisters. I got to move on. Same thing again. Jesus went away and into the house. Disciples came and say, declare us the parable of the tares in the field. He answered and said to them, he that soweth the good seed is the Son of Man, and the field is the world, and the good seed are the children of the kingdom. That's the good seed, the original people. The tares are children of the wicked ones. They look like us, but they're the devil's seed. The enemy has sowed them. It's the devil. It tells you. The devil sowed their seed amongst us. It tells you right there. The one that sowed the enemy is the devil. Pharaoh said, it ain't devil no more. And the hardest end of the world, this is about to happen. This is going to happen while the war is going on. Because it says it right there in Exodus. It says, when Moses came back to Aaron's camp, there was a sign of war. But now it's victory or defeat. That means the war is going on. And that's what he separates it. He says, go with the Lord. Mess of the covenant, the Lord, come with me. He separated the demons, the saints from the demons. And the demons stayed with Aaron. Okay. I'm going to move on, bro. It says you can read at your leisure. It's right there. And everyone has said to me, Lord, Lord, enter the kingdom of heaven. He that doeth the will of my Father, which is heaven. So you got those people that claim an angel, and all, but they ain't doing anything with it. See? So many will say to me, Lord, Lord, have we not prophesied in their name? Because they, oh yeah, I'm with the angel, and I never cast out devils. Yeah, I'm pointing out the devils. I'm casting them out, saying who the devil is, and telling women that their children is demon. I'm doing all that stuff, right? See? And done all this stuff, right? And then he will confess them. I never knew you. Depart me. You works of iniquity. Because the criteria is you got to understand. You got to be able to break that angel down. With all the help, because he did it on his own. But he give you help, he give examples and everything else. You still not even do it, then what's your problem? I don't know you. Because you got to speak my language. And you're not speaking my language. You're a parrot. You're saying what I say. You're not speaking my language. I'm talking to you. You should be able to talk to me back, an angel. But I'm talking to you, you ain't. You just repeat what I'm saying. That means you're a parrot. Messing with the covenant. You got to speak my language. I don't know you. You got to speak our language. I don't know you. I indeed baptize you with water. Repent he that comes after me. You that not worthy. Just tell me Elijah now. He said somebody comes after him. Who's going to baptize you with fire? The fire in your ass. That's the fire. That's the pillars. Let me put it this way. That's the four winds. But if you understand, angel key, that's fire. That's the tribulation, in other words. You got to put you in tribulation to clean you up. Dead weight. And spake a certain man had a fig tree planted in his vineyard. He came and saw fruit there and he found none. So he had a tree going, but he planted, none was going. He said unto the stress of his vineyard, oh, these 3 years, for 3 years now. Think, why did he say 3 years? See? And certain people came around about 4 years ago, 5 years, anyway, 5 years ago, right? 2000. So why did he say 3 years? Behold, these 3 years I've come seeking fruit, and they ain't nothing. After 3 years, they were still with nothing. He didn't find nothing. He said, come down. He said, oh, hold it. Give him another year. That takes you 4 years. And then the 4 years, right? Throw some shit on them. That's what it says. Dig around and put some dung on them. Dung is another word for shit. How's that? What's that? What form would that take? See? It's something they won't like. See? And see if that move them. If they don't, just come down. That was the last thing. If it bear fruit, then, yeah. If not, then just cut it down. I keep telling you, it's not a game, brothers and sisters. Beware of false prophets who come to you, sheep's clothing, but they are raven wolves. You know them by their fruits. Do men get, see, that's talking about this Farrakhan. You know how great they're home. I got a daughter, I told her to stay away from over there. Right? I said, I'd rather you be better in the streets. But B don't drink the Kool-Aid, but she wouldn't drink the Kool-Aid. Married three of them niggas over there. Tell me how great they are, how good they are. 3 of them, all of us dogs, every one of them. Farrakhan's followers. They dogged her, wouldn't work, tried to make her work, tried to pip off of her. I told her she didn't listen to me. 3 married, three of them. All of them was dogs, every one of them. But he said, see, you become a Farrakhan, you become a good man, all that kind of stuff. No, it was all a rip-off. One wouldn't work. Live off her, gave her a baby, and didn't support it. That's a fact. You know, children don't listen to you no more. Gotta talk about this, right? Let's move on. Okay, I'm going to talk transition. I'm going to close, brothers and sisters. See here, going from the winter to spring. Let's see, the people, they will understand what's going on here. See, we're going from, when you make all things new, that means when you go from spring, summer, winter, spring, all things new, because no trace of winter's left. Might be some icebergs, something, but they've been burned up, right? They're in hell. An iceberg in the spring is in hell. It's losing power, it's dissolving. Eventually, it won't be no trace of the winter at all. That's made all things new. That's what it means. We're going to a new season. We just come out of 6,000-year season, which is winter. That's us winter people, but we're summer people and spring people. And we was freezing our ass off. But now spring is coming out, we're warming up. See? So global warming, that means they're against the spring. Global warming is good for us. It's bad for them. They trying to tell you, no, if you go into spring, that means everything's going to warm up. They say, well, how come it's so cold and stuff out there? Because the ice poles are melting, but those are continents up there. Go check it out. They find under them ice, grass and everything else, because they were continents, but they froze up because we went to the winter season, they froze up. So now those continents going to be available to us in a minute because they're melting. But they melt, where's the water goes to the oceans? That means the ocean water gets cooler, right? If the ocean water is cooler, that means the atmosphere gets cooler. That means that it's going to be colder. The atmosphere is going to be colder while the ice belts are melting. It keeps melting. Once they finally melt, right? Then the sun is not enough to cool them anymore. So now they start warming up again. See? But the water rises as they melt. So it's all the coastal cities where America, the Europeans built most of their cities along the coast, they get drowned out. That's why they hate it. Oh man, global warming is good for us, bad for them. See? But they got you holding on to the winter. They'll stay here in the winter because they're winter people and they're living off us in the winter. See? But now we try to transition to spring, but some of us still holding on to winter. That's that gravitational vortex. See? So the point is, they oh man, they want to hold on to the winter, I want to hold on to that mortgage, I want to hold on to this stuff. You understand? They got to let that stuff go. I said, you got to let that stuff go. They look at me and say, and I have let it go. See, when you transition, that means you start controlling the energy around you. That means the energy start transforming until you have more and more control of it. See, look at me. Oh, no, I'm not bound down to that anymore. I'm transitioning. I'm in more control of my. So as I move in the spring, I'm losing more control of the winter stuff, but I'm starting getting control of the spring stuff. You don't understand that. They don't understand. So they say, oh, man, I got to hold on to the winter. Well, you hold on to the winter. And spring going to burn your ass up. There's a transition. You understand the transition? You got to get the first floor to get to the second floor. Oh, man, if I lose the second floor, I'm going to lose my house and lose everything else here. But now you start getting some control of the second floor. The stuff you start getting now has second floor aspects to it. And you get better and better and better and better. But if you hold on, well, sooner or later, if a flood's coming and you're on the first floor, you're going to get drowned. I don't know if you understand that. I can't get people to understand that. It's too complicated. But they try to keep holding on. They cling to the earth. They cling to the winter. They won't let it go. See? Spring is coming. Let that stuff go. See, I used to own houses. I used to have my business here. All that stuff. I had all that stuff here. Let that stuff go for the angel. So I lost control of that, but now I'm getting control of myself, which is the main thing you need to have control of to get to the winter, get to the spring. I'm saying you got to get control. You got to get the angel. You got to manage the angel. You got to control yourself. That's what it's all about. To move into the, but you know, you hold on that stuff, so you hold on to it. See? Transition. But they don't understand transition. That's why the Quran says, you think you can enter it out going through distress and affliction, all that kind of stuff. I'm not exactly quoting it right, paraphrasing. That's the transition. The resistance. The change. But you don't want to see the resistance, so therefore you stay on the first floor. I don't know what's up there on the second floor. Ain't nothing up there. No. It'll be something there when you get there because you're going to make it happen. But no, I know what's happening on the first floor. We stay here. And when flood comes and drown your ass, like all the people in Noah's time, they knew what was happening in the world. But when flood came, they went down with the world. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. I don't know if I can make that clear enough for you. Okay, I'm going to close there, brothers and sisters. Hopefully tomorrow, maybe if tomorrow, like I said, the stuff is breaking loose. They got those ships moving towards the Middle East. It's going to be full firefight in a minute. And they said exactly what the scripture says. They said they're going to tear up everything. They'll come after America like a whirlwind. Exactly what scripture says. I've been telling you. So they'll come as a whirlwind. They're going to blow up all the bases. They're going to blow false Israel away. And that's exactly what's going to happen. Exactly what's going to happen. Assalamu alaikum.
We have a lot of that going on, but we're taking care of our farmers. We can't let our farmers not have anybody. These are these people that you can't replace them very easily. People that live in the inner city are not doing that work. They're just not doing that work, and they've tried. We've tried. Everybody tried. They don't do it. These people do it naturally. I said, what happens if they get it to a farmer the other day? What happens if they get a bad back? He said, they don't get a bad back, sir, because if they get a bad back, they die. I said, that's interesting, isn't it?
Well, you heard that. Donald Trump is a believer in eugenics. He believes that white people are the superior race. And inner city is code for black people. And he believes black people cannot now work on the farms. I guess they're not good enough for that. So Hispanic people can do it because they have the backs for it. This is what this man is saying out loud in interviews. He is a racist. It's been proven time and time again. The man had Mein Kampf on his bedside table that he would read at night. Enough to let you know where he stands on that. Just more outrageous, racist things from Donald Trump. They want to arrest those who can do the farm work, well, until their backs give out. And then he'll probably ship them to El Salvador or some other country. Just more vile statements from the president and let you know where he stands.
When they were arresting people for praying outside of abortion clinics. I mean, I do think the UK, and I say this as, you know, someone who is half English, I think it's like reached, or it is quickly reaching a point where democratic reforms are going to be pretty tough because of the demographic change. And that, of course, the point of importing all these people is to overwhelm the people who live there who disapprove of the program. So you don't have to care what they think because you just bring in new people and their will becomes like all that matters. And so I don't think you're going to fix these things through elections at some point, probably pretty soon. And I just worry a place like the UK, Canada is another, a bunch of different countries in the West are at the point where they're literally revolutionary. They are poised for revolution. And as someone who really doesn't support revolution and hates violence and hates civil war above all, I'm worried about that. I mean, I don't see how this is fixed. Starmer, who's, you know, he's just an instrument of larger forces, but he's a poisonous character, obviously, who's really hurt your country. He's in there for, what, 4 more years? And so you wonder, like, people are going to start to get really radical in a scary way. Like, I think this is going to happen. And the people in charge don't seem to care.
Well, you're already seeing it. You are seeing the anger beginning to manifest itself, and I completely understand the anger. I don't like you. I abhor any form of violence, but I do understand the anger when you have, you know, Keir Starmer campaigned, I'm going to smash the gangs that allow these little boats to come over the channel, delivering tens of thousands of people illegally into the country, and they then get put into these so-called asylum hotels where they're given a pretty good lifestyle, certainly a far better lifestyle than many people really struggling at the moment in the UK. And of course, far from smashing the gangs, it turned out yesterday that he's smashing new records for the number of people coming in illegally on the boats. Of course. It's out of control. And the British public are reaching a point of saying, we are done with people coming in illegally and being treated better in a more comfortable and more luxurious manner than we treat our own people.
Well, the whole point is to humiliate and degrade the indigenous population of the British Isles, the white population. I mean, that's the whole point. And are they really going to do something about it? What would that be exactly?
Public are reaching a point of saying, we are done with people coming in illegally and being treated better in a more comfortable and more luxurious manner than we treat our own people.
Well, the whole point is to humiliate and degrade the indigenous population of the British Isles, the white population. I mean, that's the whole point. And are they really going to do something about it? What would that be exactly? You'd really have to force a lot of people to go back to their countries of origin, millions of people, and you need to do it really soon. And are they actually willing to do that? I don't know, but these are existential questions that we have been browbeat into ignoring for decades. But the question is, like, is Ireland Ireland? If it's majority non-Irish, oh, shut up, they're Irish. No, they're actually not Irish. Same with the UK, same with England, Scotland, Wales. Like, it's all changing so fast. Nothing like this has ever happened in all of history, except when, say, the Mongols swept across the steppe and raped everybody. Like, that was true demographic change on this scale. But even that wasn't as profound as what we're seeing in every white country around the world. I would say the West, but Australia and New Zealand also. So, like, what is that? Now, my brain is not big enough to understand what that is. is. I have a lot of theories about it, but I don't know if they're true. All I know is what the numbers are, and that's real, and no one feels that he can say it. Everyone's like, oh, well, if that were happening in China or India or Malaysia or Senegal, it doesn't matter. You'd be like, what the hell is that? Like, the population's totally different. Look at graduation. Pick, King's College Law School, and look at the graduation picture for the last 30 years. Who's in it? Just like, let your eyes tell you the truth for once. Like, this is a total change in population. Is it better? Is it worse? Can't have that conversation. Who's pushing this? Does the population want it? The population clearly doesn't want it. There's no polling that's meaningful on the subject. There's no referendum on it. You don't get to decide. You've got no voice in it, other than you get to go to jail if you complain loudly enough about it. What is this? I think it's the biggest and darkest thing that has happened in the last 1,000 years, for sure. And I think it's leading somewhere really, really bad. It's not happening by accident. That's obvious, because it's only happening in white countries.
I think that...
Oh, shut up, white supremacist. Well, in fact, I'm not a white supremacist. I'm just noticing what the hell's going on.
I think most people I've spoken to about this in the UK, most people have always viewed the UK to be a very tolerant, multicultural, cosmopolitan place to live. That's why so many people want to come here. And people have no problem with that. And it's been very successful for a long period of time.
But it's multicultural? What does that mean?
We have a lot of different people from different countries, different cultures, and it's always worked historically.
So is Sharia law in a multicultural country, is Sharia law... What does that mean?
We have a lot of different people from different countries, different cultures, and it's always worked historically.
So is Sharia law in a multicultural country, is Sharia law every bit as valid as English common?
No, people don't want Sharia law here. No.
A lot of people do. Wait, hold on. I don't know what you mean. Multiculturalism itself is a lie designed to subvert a society. No, a society has a culture. You can argue about what it is or ought to be. It's not necessarily the same as race. It's connected to race, but it's not the same. People from different races can buy into your culture. That was kind of the beauty of the West. But a multicultural society is not sustainable. There's never been such a thing. Your society is one culture will dominate.
Hang on, Tucker. Surely the United States of America, given the very way it was created, is the epitome of a multicultural society. And my point I was going to make to you was...
It's absolutely not. No. It's a multiracial society.
Yeah.
Though it was not actually a multiracial society up until pretty recent. It was just like 90% white for most of its existence, but whatever. But you did have different peoples, you had different religions. That was all totally fine, but there was one culture, as American culture. There's no such thing as a multicultural society. It's not sustainable. One culture will overwhelm the other. Again, it's not the same as race. It's not identical to race. It's connected, but it's not the same. But multiculturalism is by definition insane. No, it's never happened. It never will happen. One culture will predominate. It will impose its values on everybody else. The gay thing, which was not a thing 40 years ago, gay was a slur, all of a sudden becomes multiculture there. There's one culture, and it's required. And that's true in every society, because a culture is a commonly agreed upon set of values, which in their firmest form are called laws.
But those values can evolve.
This is true everywhere.
But those values can evolve.
Of course they evolve, but there's only one set of them. It's not multicultural. There's one set. You worship one God in every society. Sorry.
But your country's values were established by the United States Constitution, and that's had, 26, 27 amendments? Right. So your own values, as determined by the founding fathers, they have evolved and been changed to accommodate changing time.
There's no doubt. Look, I'm not even arguing against change. That's natural. It's natural that people's views evolve.
So the culture changes.
Once you start rejecting the laws of nature, then you're doomed. But let me just say, no, of course, societies change. I get it. All I'm saying, I'm making a very discrete, specific point, which is multiculturalism as an idea is laughably stupid. It has never worked. We never had it anywhere, and it never will exist, because it's contrary to human nature. One culture, one way of looking at things, one worldview will predominate, and it will punish all who deviate from it. That is the nature of societies. So if you're telling me it's
determined by the founding fathers, they have evolved and been changed to accommodate changing time.
There's no doubt. Look, I'm not even arguing against change. That's natural. It's natural that people's views evolve.
So those values can evolve.
There's one culture, and it's required. And that's true in every society, because a culture is a commonly agreed upon set of values, which in their firmest form are called laws.
But those values can evolve.
This is true everywhere.
But those values can evolve.
Of course they evolve, but there's only one set of them. It's not multicultural. There's one set. You worship one God in every society. Sorry.
Your country's values were established by the United States Constitution, and that's had, 26, 27 amendments, right? So your own values, as determined by the founding fathers, they have evolved and been changed to accommodate changing times.
There's no doubt. Look, I'm not even arguing against change. Natural that people's views evolve.
So the culture changes.
Once you start rejecting the laws of nature, then you're doomed. But let me just say, no, of course, societies change. I get it. All I'm saying, I'm making a very discrete, specific point, which is multiculturalism as an idea is laughably stupid. It has never worked. We never had it anywhere, and it never will exist because it's contrary to human nature. One culture, one way of looking at things, one worldview will predominate, and it will punish all who deviate from it. That is the nature of societies. So if you're telling me it's multicultural, we can all live and have radically different values, that's just not true. It's never been true. It never will be true. So you're having one culture, one worldview predominate over another and dominate and suppress all dissent. That's just what it is, dude. Let's be honest.
I would point to the United States of America and the United Kingdom as two shining examples, albeit not completely without their flaws, but shining examples of places that are deemed by the rest of the world. I certainly feel that about my country.
Well, I certainly think that inherent in Christianity is the notion of tolerance, and that draws from a core Christian concept, which is free will. You cannot force someone to convert. There's never been conversion by the sword in Christianity. People decide to believe in it. And so that is central to the religion, therefore it's been central to the society. Western civilization is Christian civilization. And so we call that tolerance. It's a respect for your inherent God-given right to make a choice about what you believe. Okay, so of course, that's always been a feature. My only point is, a society has a commonly agreed upon set of beliefs, rules, and laws that are the definition of the society itself. That's what a society is. So you can't have competing. You can't have, gay world and Sharia world living co-equally in a society. That does not happen. It will never happen. You have to pick one. Are we the Sharia society? Are we the party time gay rights society? Which one? And you can't face that reality, so you're just sort of snoozing along until the inevitable point where you're going to wake up and be like, my values have no bearing on what our society is anymore, because we've been invaded by other people with a totally different worldview, and they're now in charge. And that day is coming very soon for your country, and maybe it'll improve it. I don't think the UK could be a lot worse than it already is. It's this kind of disgusting, sad, self-hating, suicidal island that was once great. It kills me to see it as a half English person, but that day is coming. It will change. You will either decide to be Western or Eastern. That's a choice that we're all going to face. I don't want to face that choice, but it's being foisted upon us by the architect. That's a choice that we're all going to face. Suicidal island that was once great. It kills me to see it as a half English. That day is coming. It will change. You will either decide to be Western or Eastern. That's a choice that we're all going to face. I don't want to face that choice, but it's being foisted upon us by the architects of mass migration. Sorry.
I would question your characterization as my country as a sad, disgusting, what's the rest of it, suicidal nation. I feel none of those things. I feel very happy to be in the United Kingdom, and I feel that there are lots of very happy.
Our system, the Western system, which is very distinct from the Eastern system, very distinct, and it's distinct on this one precise point, we believe and have always believed since this country was founded, since your country became, not a pure monarchy, but even when it was a pure monarchy, the belief in the West, because of Christianity, was the worst thing you can do is punish the innocent. That's the worst thing you can do. That's worse than not punishing the guilty. And we often said that to each other. We no longer say that because there is a pretty concerted effort to blur the meaning of these terms. But I'm not going to be deterred from defining words precisely. Terror is murdering people, killing people, punishing people who committed no crime. Period.
So when the Israeli government says it has repeatedly that even though over 20,000 completely innocent children are believed to have died in their response to what Hamas did on October the 7th at the hands of the IDF, there are many on the pro-Palestinian side who say that Israel is behaving like terrorists too in the way that they have gone about conducting this war. Would you go as far as to say that?
One of the things that I really object to now is this relentless focus on Israel, which, by the way, is a foreign country that I have nothing to do with.
We've done this before. Now, maybe today things are different, and we will end up living in a nation that is sharply divided and may ultimately produce something else. But I'm an American. I love my country. I want to see it stay together. I'm interested in social cohesion, which means that I think our laws, customs, and culture have to be dominant. We can accept some diversity on the edges, but not fundamental division. I think we're in a state of fundamental division. So when I bring up Sharia law, I've sat in many discussions with many people that said, well, I don't care what people look like, but I do care about Sharia law, and I don't want that practiced anywhere near my family or in my country. And that's something you should be aware of. So the notion that someone can come here and say, well, that's part of my religion and we're going to abide by Sharia law, they're going to find serious resistance and opposition in the country.
And as I clarified,
It's because it matters. It's this thing we call societal cohesion. Nations do not exist on their own. They have a core population. Our core population from the very beginning was always at least 80% European and Christian and about 15 to 20% African. But when you start bringing in huge numbers, millions, who are fundamentally different from the core population, you are going to get violence, anger, and conflict. How many times have you heard people say, if you bring people in from the developing world, what do you get? The developing world. And now we've got that. You can't bring in hundreds of thousands of people from Somalia, plant them, of all places, in Minnesota, and then be shocked that, no, they're not Americans. They're not really interested in being Americans. They're foreigners living on American soil. Nobody wants to say that publicly. If you do, oh, well, you're a racist. Well, you know, the world is full of racists. The real war that's going to decide our fate is not going to be fought anywhere overseas. It's going to be fought right here inside the United States. Are we going to survive as a republic, as an English-speaking republic that rests on the foundations of Western civilization? Or are we going to become something else?
One point that is
Constitution was completed in 1789. I think we had 5 million people living in the 13 British colonies. We were 90% white, that is excluding the Africans that were in the country who had been brought here as slaves. But we were 90% white. We were 90% Protestant. And this may be hard for you to believe, but the people that wrote that were trying to protect all of the Protestant sects from a state church on the model of the Church of England and the Roman Catholic Church. That's one of the reasons it was almost 100 years or more after that before people began to finally accept Catholicism as a religion, because it was viewed as political power. My point to you is the Constitution is outdated. The way we are governed is outdated. It has to be re-examined. Nobody in 1789 imagined that anybody would come to the United States except another lunatic, religious fanatical Protestant who hated the Church of England. That's what people feared. That's what they thought of. The Constitution that we have does many good things, but I would argue that the Bill of Rights is ultimately more important. The Bill of Rights is vital and essential, and that needs to be defended. But the Constitution and the way we govern and the things that we're doing, it's out of date. It doesn't fit our needs. And that's back to my comment on something given has no value. You have to earn it. And we haven't made anybody earn their place in this country. I'm talking about people like me that have been here forever. My first ancestor stepped off the boat in 1681. So we've got to get back to some notion of national service, because national service promotes national integration. It addresses some of these problems that you're discussing. Now, I know that you may not want to conform and may not want to be as I am, but I'm an American and nobody questions that. Nobody ever will. If you don't want to stand out and be questioned, then I suggest that you change your appearance, because I don't think it's life or death for you to wear what you wear.
I think this conversation.
It's not fine, because it's leading to violence that could have otherwise been avoided. You see, every great nation, every large nation can always accept some number of people into its ranks that are different from them. It's always been the case. But if you suddenly import millions, which is what's happened here and happened in Europe, then you threaten the core gene pool. What I'm trying to tell you is there's a problem. And we can all think that there isn't, and you can insist there isn't, but that's the view. And I think it's incumbent upon all of us to address it truthfully and openly. Stop pretending it's not a problem. It's a problem.
I mean, what's also a problem is white supremacy, and that's.
No, because you're saying you're different, you're going to remain different, and you don't think that if that's not compatible with being an American, then the hell with it. That's what you're going to do.
Well, then what do you make then of, white American people who convert, let's say, to Islam and choose to cover? Are they not American anymore?
Listen, if they want to do that, that's obviously their business. I don't know how many are out there that do that. I think again, it's ill-advised. I think you have to hold the society together. There has to be an agreement on certain things, customs, culture, way of life. And unfortunately, if you're going to practice rigidly a brand of Islam that demands certain things, and this is why I asked right off the bat, do you support Sharia law?
I'm a Muslim. What being a Muslim means is I follow the guidelines of my religion, which is a peaceful.
Does your religion dictate to you Sharia law?
My religion dictates to me to be a good human being, to be good to my neighbors, to
that the most powerful force in today's Republican Party is represented by what Charlie Kirk said. It is this drive to make America a white Christian nation. I got to tell you, this is what they say privately. This is now what they say publicly. This is what Charlie Kirk said publicly.
And Joe, again, one of the reasons I wanted to have you on, because you know these people very, very well. Yeah. You said it yourself. You were one of the strongest voices. You were one of the folks who understood the incendiary language when you were in Congress, when you had your radio show, and how people loved when you did it. And then when you chose to apologize for that and turn away from it, oh my God, they literally have just tried to destroy you because of that.
Yeah, again, you know the deal, Roland, right? I came out publicly against Trump 7 years. For 7 years, I put up with death threats on a regular basis. Nobody is welcome in that party unless you bow down to what this force is, this MAGA force. And again, look, there have been some people on the left who've celebrated Charlie Kirk's murder. Shame on them, be better people. But this is much worse, Roland, what my former friends are doing on the right, because they are turning this into a holy war. When you say we declare war on the left because of what some 22-year-old young guy did in Utah, and then you declare war on the whole left, that's a lot worse than celebrating Charlie Cook's murder, because that's dishonest, but that's also inciting hate and violence. And Roland, look, Trump's an idiot. So yeah, Trump says the left, the problem in the country is the left. J.D. Vance is not an idiot. What did J.D. Vance say today, right? He was subbing for Charlie Kirk on his radio show, and he spent the entire show going after the left, going after them, they, them. Man, Democrats need to wake up, Roland. This is a really serious deal by my former colleagues. The stuff that I hear privately from them right now, Roland, for the last 5 days, I mean, they want to go to war. This is a holy war.
Oh, it absolutely is, and what really jumps out at me on this very thing here, Joe, and I've been saying this. I played the speech 2 weeks ago that mainstream media just ignored of Missouri Senator Eric Schmidt, who gave a speech at NatCon, Peter Thiel's group, where he literally gave a white nationalist speech, where he said our ancestors fought for this country to be ours and no one else. He was talking about white people. He was basically saying if you are black, Latino, Asian American, or even Native American, America is not for you. And folks just ignored it. And so people need to understand, again, what they're saying, why they're saying it. And yes, there are many evangelicals, any very conservative white Christians who are pushing this as well. And you nailed it. They want a holy war. They want a race war. They want this to be a white country. It is clear as day.
And Roland, really important point. Charlie Kirk at only 31, the impact he had, because he was one of the most successful pushers of this white Christian nationalistic idea. And so I think that's why all of his defenders are out there so strenuously denying he said anything divisive, because they know if you really go through Charlie Kirk's public record, everything he said about people of color and black women and Muslims and gays and transgenders, if people took the time to go through all of that, and that was put out for average people to see, they'd be blown away by it. That's why his defenders are like supercharged right now. They don't want that record to be seen.
Today, you mentioned, and I mentioned as well, Vice President J.D. Vance sitting to do his show. And listen to this man just blatantly lie, Joe. Play it.
I read a story in The Nation magazine about my dear friend, Charlie Kirk. Now, The Nation isn't a fringe blog. It's a well-funded, well-respected magazine whose publishing history goes back to the American Civil War. George Soros's Open Society Foundation funds this magazine, as does the Ford Foundation and many other wealthy titans of the American progressive movement. The writer accuses Charlie of saying, and I quote, "Black women do not have brain processing power to be taken seriously." But if you go and watch the clip, the very clip she links to, you realize he never said anything like that. He never uttered those words. He made an argument against affirmative action as a policy. He criticized a specific Supreme Court justice as an individual. He never said anything about black women as a group. He made an argument for judging people of all races and backgrounds by their own individual merits.
Bullshit.
Okay, Joe, this is actually what he said.
No, Roland, that's utter bullshit.
In fact, if we would have said 3 weeks ago, Blake, if we would have said that Joy Reid and Michelle Obama and Sheila Jackson Lee and Ketanji Brown Jackson were affirmative action picks, we would have been called the racist. But now they're coming out and they're saying it for us. They're coming out and they're saying, I'm only here because of affirmative action. Yeah, we know. You do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously. You had to go steal a white person's slot to go be taken somewhat seriously. Play cut 52.
But I rise today as a clear recipient of affirmative action, particularly in higher education. I may have been admitted on affirmative action, both in terms of being a woman and a woman of color.
All right, Joe. He literally said it. Not only that, Vance lied. Soros does not fund the nation. So he sat there and flat out lied.
And Roland, remind me, what's J.D. Vance's job? He's the vice president, and yet he had time today to do a radio show for a former right-wing podcaster. I mean, look what they're not even, Roland, they're not even subtle about it, what this White House is doing. They believe, man, the path to victory is fear, hate, and division. And that's what they're putting out there. That was Charlie Kirk literally going after 4 accomplished black women by saying they didn't have the brain power to get where they got. This is what he believed. And this is what MAGA believes. And that, again, Roland, broken record, that's why Charlie Kirk was so damn successful, why he had such a big audience.
Yeah, and not only that, you take Nick Fuentes, who's to the right of Charlie Kirk. The night of or the day after Kirk was shot and killed, Fuentes had 200,000 people watching him live. And so what you have this fervor. And so when I listen to Trump and Vance and all these people talk about, how the left, they're indoctrinating. No, and you know this very well, the indoctrination. We've had people who formerly are with Turning Point USA put out videos talking about how it was really this cult-like figure, this messianic figure, as they sort of set Kirk up as, and how they want them to follow that. And so that's what's going on here. These people are not trying to have open dialogue. And not only that, Joe, you take Trump, okay? Trump was very clear in saying he was not going to call Governor Tim Walz after those 4 folks were shot in Minnesota. 2 were killed, including former Speaker of the House and her husband. Now today he's saying, he never even heard of Melissa Hortman, and if the governor had asked him, he would have, of course, lowered the flags to have staff. I'm sorry, he's also lying. He knew about her. He knew about the shooting, but he was so arrogant that he said, 2 Democrats, a Democrat Speaker of the House shot and killed. Yeah, I don't care, but lower the flags to have staff with Charlie Kirk. Flies body on Air Force 2. Do a memorial service at the Kennedy Center. Do another one at the Arizona Cardinal Stadium. Give him the Medal of Freedom. And I'm telling you, they're going to give him a state funeral. That's what you're seeing right now. And then you've got Peter Hegseth going after members of the military who said anything negative in the aftermath of his death. You've got Kirk supporters creating a database of people of every social media post, and then even Vance saying in the podcast, you call their employer. So the so-called free speech people all of a sudden are saying, if you say anything negative about Charlie Kirk after what took place last week, we're going to come after you, come after your job. I thought they hated cancel culture, Joe.
Yeah. Roland, I remember back in my right-wing radio days, I would come on every day, and there was always some story about some leftist group on a college campus that couldn't handle speech that made them uncomfortable.
To say.
Roland, this is scary, and you and I are old enough, man, to remember huge figures in American history who were gunned down, struck down military leaders, civil rights leaders. We are treating this 31-year-old podcaster, MAGA influencer, like he's Jesus Christ. So I come from the right. Why are my old colleagues and friends on the right doing this, Roland? Because the right wants a religious war. Let's just call it. They want a civil war. They want a holy war. That's why they're putting him up to be some Jesus-like martyr.
Absolutely. I mean, Glenn Beck literally came out and said he was a civil rights leader. Oh, my God, stop it. Stop it. I've seen people say, I've seen a lot of these videos, I'm leaving my church because my pastor did not mention him. This was a Christian warrior. And let's just be clear. You said it, white Christian nationalists. It's slaveholder religion. We heard a lot of this stuff during slavery, during Jim Crow, things along those lines. And this whole idea about, it was about debate. It was about, exchange of ideas. I mean, come on, let's just stop it. And so we see what's going on here. We see the games that are being played. And then what gets me, Joe, is this whole deal of, oh my God, the left, how they indoctrinated him and the accused killer going to a university. The dude was at a university for one semester, Joe. You're trying to tell me that one semester at a mostly white institution in Mormon, Utah, which is not a liberal bastion, somehow just radicalized him? I mean, it really is showing folks of the hand they're trying to play.
Yeah, and I think even on top of that, Roland, I think it was like some technical school. So it wasn't some crazy liberal arts school for a semester. Look, cut through all the BS. The Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, has publicly said that America should be a white Christian country. This is what animates my former party. Roland, you know me, right? Tea Party Hellraiser. I don't come from the left. I left the Republican Party when the Republican Party became MAGA. And my fellow Democrats and folks on the left need to understand, now these people are on the right. Now this is MAGA. MAGA now are the snowflakes. MAGA, Roland, they now need their safe spaces. It's funny, but it's not funny. And you're right about J.D. Vance, man. He just flat out lied. I mean, the last 30-year history of political violence in this country, the vast majority of it is right-wing. It always has been. And they put out this lie that it's only on the left. It's not even, Roland, a both sides problem between the left and the right. There is political violence on the left, but the vast majority is on the right, and they know that, and they're lying because they're trying to inflame their base. And Roland, I hear from their base every day, and let me tell you something, they are inflamed. I mean, they are ready to march and grab their you-know-what. This is a scary time.
It is, and folks need to understand what is certainly at stake. Joe Walsh, I appreciate you joining us on the show.
history of the cross, known by their works. What's the history of the cross? 500-year history of the cross. Murder, rape, destruction, deception, enslavement, burning, terrorizing. To maintain a slavery system, you must terrorize the people 24/7. They terrorize people from Africa and America for 400 years. Constant terror, 24/7, rape, murder. In the name of Jesus. This was Christians, not Buddhists, not Hindus. Christians. Christians, in the name of Jesus, when they said Jesus cursed black people, they call them Ham, cursed them to be slaves and persecuted forever. In the name of Jesus, raped our women incessantly, pissed in our mouths, made us eat shit. And they took and tried to clean it up, not clean it up, but make it look more fashionable, I guess, by calling it chitlins. That's after slavery, of course, after so-called slavery. Because what was endured was not slavery. Look up slavery. Look up slavery. It does include murder, rape, terror. This is a Holocaust. And then now they try to downplay it. Oh, that was 400 years ago. No, it wasn't 40 years ago. I don't care if it was a million years ago. It was 40 years ago. It lasts for 400 years. As they're doing today. They took everything away from the slaves. Everything. Their name, their culture, their families, their religion, their minds, everything. Fed their children to alligators as alligator bait. And then they talk about what's going on in Gaza when they did 1,000 times worse. What's going over in Gaza now is simply just a miniature version of what they did. What they did was far worse than what's going on in Gaza. Gaza's bad. It's genocide. What they did was far worse and much longer. That's the legacy of Christianity. Murder, rape, disease. They wiped out the native population with genocide and disease. Smallpox blankets, knowing they was full with disease. Herpes, syphilis, gonorrhea from sleep with animals. So-called common cold was not common. Didn't exist here on this side of the world until they brought it here. Murder, rape. When they was raping our women, they had a cross hanging from their neck. And again, they taught blacks that this was God's will. God's will. Enslavement of our people. And they continue on even today. That's the legacy of Christianity, the cross. So where's your rap sheet? Every time they arrest one of our people, your rap sheet. What's your rap sheet? How are you going to judge people for murder when you're guilty of murder beyond imagination for hundreds of years? Hundreds of years. Theft. You stole his land and murdered his people. And you crushed the native people here When the braves would go out hunting, you would come into the camps like cowards and kill the women and smash the children's brains out on the hooves of your horses. This is the legacy of Christianity. That's the legacy of it. The question is, if instead of Columbus coming here, Dracula came here, Beelzebub, Wolfman, Frankenstein, Satan, and they all came instead of Columbus. What could they have done that Columbus and those that followed him did? Satan is the God of this world. That's the God they're serving. They have known him by their works. What are the works of Christianity? What are the works of Christianity? Where's the works of Christianity? Evil, deception, mischief, bloodshedding. It goes on today. And what's going on in Gaza, just reflection and microcosm of what was done here in America for hundreds of years. Raped out women incessantly. They would even rape while they was out in the fields picking cotton. They would jump off their horse and tell them to bend over and rape them. And tell them to keep picking cotton while they was doing it. This is the kind of stuff that they would do. Make one slave defecate and slave and slave in the mouth of another slave, and then bound it up so they couldn't spit it out for 7 days. That's a legacy of slavery. You did it all in the name of Jesus. That's a legacy of slavery. Legacy of slavery. 40 years plus. Legacy of Christianity. Legacy of the cross. That's the legacy. That's the true legacy. So whose works are those? Who are you serving? Who are you serving? The legacy of the cross. Where's your rap sheet, America? Gog? Where's your rap sheet, Magog? Britain? Where's your mateship? Where's your rap sheet? Antichrist, false Israel? Where's your rap sheet? Then they colonized Africa. They're stealing for ripping off everyone. It's the legacy of Christianity. It's been ruling for over 500 years. And now, the threat of nuclear war to finish off everything. That's a legacy of Christianity in the name of your Jesus.
make it. Surely you ain't talking about us packing our bags and going westward or going out there in the land. Ain't no cities, no towns, no infrastructure out there. Surely you ain't talking about that, are you? No. We ain't going back to Africa. No. This is your land. Our sweat, our tears, our blood has earned us the right to the land. What God wants you to do is come out of their ways. Come out of their pagan holidays where you should be honoring Jesus. You are out here buying bunny rabbits and inviting your children to paint eggs for some Easter hunt. Come out of her. Get the Santa Claus out of your house and a tree that is the way of the pagans. Come out of her. St. Valentine's Day. The heck is that? Excuse me. Come out of her name. Come out of her religion. Come out of her culture. Come out of her way of life. Come out of her educational system.
Back to their people. When they was put off on the shores of North America. And the ship, Jesus, that John Hawkins brought our past hero. They stood and stared at it disappearing in the old rhythm, crying, watching to return, with their hands stretched out towards that ship, and tied in chains themselves, bound together. And when they was put off on this memorable shows, they stood there staring at that ship that brought them to a strange land and a strange people who could not speak either one's language. Now they have to live in a strange country and a strange people who had proven to them every mile from their native land that they were going to be the worst enemies that they ever lived with. They were going to be the people that would destroy them. They soon discovered that on this ship that they were being brought here on. I don't know how we should say anything in the name of Jesus of good for us when this ship was named Jesus. This is how that we have always been deceived by the white man, trying to use Jesus, the name Jesus, to lull us off in a mental sleep, thinking that we are on our way to heaven. This is terrible. My beloved brothers and sisters, this is very hard for us to even to accept today. Imagine our parents standing crying to return to their native land and people, and you here today crying to stay with the very enemy that brought our back towards our own prison house and our own enemies who have destroyed us and seeks to further destroy us. How do you feel? How do you feel? Not wanting to return to your people. They are trying to make love with the very people that destroyed you and your parents. How do you feel? Acting so. And even today, they are beating and shooting you down throughout the country. There is no justice here for you and me. Why is it that you want to be separated and be returned to your own? I ask you that question. Think over your parents on the eastern shore of North America, crying and praying to God to be returned to their own 400 years ago. How would they like, or you like to see them rise up in the judgment, condemning you for being such fools as now want to live in the land that absolutely enslaved them and killed them and beat them for 300 long years here. They would condemn you as being fools for not wanting to be separated and go to your own, build up a nation for yourself after the white man say you were free. Remember that.
and going westward or going out there in the land, ain't no cities, no towns, no infrastructure out there. Surely you ain't talking about that, are you? No. We ain't going back to Africa. No. This is your land. Our sweat, our tears, our blood has earned us the right to the land. What God wants you to do is come out of their way. Come out of their pagan holiday, where you should be honoring Jesus. You are out here buying bunny rabbits and inviting your children to paint eggs for some Easter hunt. Come out of her. Get the Santa Claus out of your house, and a tree that is the way of the pagans. Come out of her. St. Valentine's Day. The heck is that? Excuse me. Come out of her name. Come out of her religion. Come out of her culture. Come out of her way of life. Come out of her educational system.
Back to their people. When they was put off on the shores of North America. And this ship, Jesus, that John Hawkins brought our past hero. They stood and stared at it disappearing in the old rhythm, crying, wanting to return, with their hands stretched out towards that ship, and tied in chains themselves, bound together. And when they was put off on this memorable shows, they stood there staring at that ship that brought them to a strange land and a strange people who could not speak either one's language. Now they have to live in a strange country and a strange people who had proven to them every mile from their native land that they were going to be the worst enemies that they ever lived with. They were going to be the people that would destroy them. They soon discovered that on this ship that they were being brought here on. I don't know how we should say anything in the name of Jesus of good for us when this ship was named Jesus. This is how that we have always been deceived by the white man, trying to use Jesus, the name Jesus, to lull us off in a mental sleep, thinking that we are on our way to heaven. This is terrible. My beloved brothers and sisters, this is very hard for us to even to accept today. Imagine our parents standing crying to return to their native land and people, and you here today crying to stay with the very enemy that brought our fathers in subjection to their will. You and I turning it back towards our own prison house and our own enemies who have destroyed us and seeks to further destroy us. How do you feel? How do you feel? Not wanting to return to your people. They are trying to make love with the very people that destroyed you and your parents. How do you feel acting such? And even today, they are beating and shooting you down throughout the country. There is no justice here for you and me. Why should not you want to be separated and be returned to your own? I ask you that question. Think over your parents on the eastern shore of North America, crying and praying to God to be returned to their own 400 years ago. How would they like, or you like to see them rise up in the judgment, condemning you for being such fools as now want to live in the land that absolutely enslaved them and killed them and beat them for 300 long years here. They would condemn you as being fools for not wanting to be separated and go to your own, build up a nation for yourself after the white man say you are free. Remember that.
Assalamu alaikum, sisters and brothers. Sulman Rahim here, Veteran of the Covenant. Okay, brothers, this has been a year now, and we're finally home after 40 years in Arabia. I'm reporting to you from Arabia. Finally home after 40 years, right? And So we've been here a year now. And there was an agreement made. A former slave master, he said, we had a choice. Stay here or leave. Right? So we chose our inheritance, Arabia. So we left. And half the original people decided they wanted to give up their inheritance and trade it for a place in America and reconciliation with their former slave master. That's their choice. They chose, said, we don't want to go over to Arabia. We don't go over where it's sand and all that stuff. We want to stay here in America. We've been here all our lives, been here 40 years, born here, right? And we can make peace with our slave master. Okay, so they decided to stay. And so after a year, right, we get reports of how things are going over there. And it doesn't sound too good. How things are going over in America with their reparations. Because they was given, they got 6 states, I believe. Yeah, see? Yeah. Yeah, they got those 6 states right there. That's what Farrakhan told them. They was listening to Farrakhan. Farrakhan promised them. They stay there. 6 states, right? Had their own land. And they can make reconciliation with former slave master. They're not devils. They're not devils. They're human beings. They just had a rough, they were just, did some things wrong, but now they're going to make amends and make reparations. So 6 states, and in addition to that, they gave everybody $1 million. Everybody stayed $1 million. Okay? Say, thank you, Farrakhan. They're so happy. Thank you, Farrakhan. Thank you, Farrakhan. Man, you got 6 states. That's what you promised us. We got 6 states. They're thanking you. Thank you, Farrakhan. Right? And this was a year ago. They got the 6 states. Thank you, Farrakhan. Right? Everybody got $1 million. Everybody $1 million. And they're rejoicing. Oh man, they're so happy. Hey, we made it. We got America, man. We got reconciliation for a master. We got 6 states. Everybody got $1 million. We're all rich. That was a year ago when we left. So we're in Arabia. They're still back there in America. And now we're getting reports a year later. This was the way it was a year ago, man. They were so happy. They were so happy. Right? And now we get reports of what's going on right now. Let's see. Oops, it says a power failure. Great power failure in those 6 states. Power failure. And just those 6 states. Right? So, and now they had big and massive. They came asking to turn the power. Well, why can't they do it? Oh, Farrakhan didn't train anybody. He was telling you about 6 states, but he never prepared you for them. So nobody knows how to do it. How to turn the power grid back on. So now he's begging, man, Master, can you come and turn this thing back on for us? I mean, you would think that if he told him 6 states and promised him that he would have prepared him for it, right? Their schools and education, whatever they needed for that. But now I guess they didn't, because they say over there now he's begging this former master to come and turn the power back on. And then what? I mean, this is all that's happening now. I mean, I'm getting these imports in now. A year later, it's like they're coming in every hour. Power grid failure, right? They said, oops, crop failure. All of a sudden, they looked at the farmers when they done it. Farmers said, oh. So then, master, what's happening here? How come right? Our crop. They found that the land they gave them wasn't that fertile. A year later, nothing's growing. Crop failure. And now master, what's happening here? Right? And then, all these things, every hour that's coming in, right? And then they look, and they had, a year ago, they had plenty of food on the shelves, right? And now, they look there now, and all the food's gone. It's gone. She said, what am I going to do here? Food's gone. The house is empty. So he said, Master, we need some food. Well, how come you can't put your own food? You want your own country. You got your own states. That's your country. Then you run it. What are you calling us for? Right? So they've been praying. And then, oops, no fuel. There's master, no fuel there. Well, you got to buy your fuel. You got to produce your own fuel. What you calling us for? You got your own 6 states now. What you calling us for? Go and get some fuel. You got money, right? You got your own states. So you got to get your own. What you calling us for? You said you wanted your own, so now you got it. And you got your reparation, so we don't owe you anything anymore. We don't owe you anything anymore, so what you calling us for? We don't owe you anything. You said you agreed to 6 states and $1 million per person. You took that instead of your inheritance, what you call the Abrahamic covenant, Arabia. Your brothers and sisters, they left. They took that was offered to them. They took it, and you said no. I want this instead. So now you got it. So what you calling us for? Oh, no communications. Oh man. No communications, right? No medical facilities. So what's going on, Master? Wait a minute, hold on. What you calling us for? That's yours. You got to handle that stuff. You want us to handle it for you? You want independence, now you have it. Wow, this stuff was coming every hour, man. Instead of a year, they was celebrating. And now they crying, begging the master, okay, look at all these problems here. I said, wait a minute, that's yours. Where'd you come about your problems? You have to work those out. Right? No transportation, no planes, no nowhere. We don't know about fly the planes and drive the trucks and the boats and stuff and to go and get this stuff. What would you tell us for? You wanted this, you got it. So go ahead and train your own pilots, build your own planes, build your own boats and right? You see what I'm saying? Transportation, build your own trucks. What you calling for? Yeah, Master, we see this. You said you wanted 6 states, you got it. You want $1 million per person. That was the reparations. So now if you didn't pay people to take care of this, how's that our problem? You're independent now. You're really free now. Oops, no fuel, the gas station's empty. I can't drive, eh? And no gas. Man, wow. All this stuff happened for a year. They thought that everything was great, and all of a sudden everything ran out. So I guess what happened? Everything was there when they got it, and it ran out. They had to, for them to replace it, replace the fuel, to get the farms going. So they was left with that stuff. The factory was full. Warehouses full. Then you had to keep. They thought that was just going. I guess they thought it was just going to be there, just by itself. They didn't prepare for it. So See? And they ain't trained any engineers and scientists and architects and stuff. They ain't, business. They didn't train anybody. So Farrakhan, he told you he's gonna get this for you, but he didn't pay you for it. He didn't get anybody to handle this stuff. So what was that all about? So now he asked the master, said, hey, don't call on me. You was here, you had it when you was here with me. You said you want independence, you wanted reparations, so you gave it to you. Well, call on your brothers over there. They left, they handled their own business. You said you want to stay here. Right? See? Don't have any professionals or technicians, scientists, doctors, none of that. See? I mean, that's what, because, if you're going to set reparation, you should be preparing for that, right? So if he was telling you about reparation, you should be preparing for it. If he said, God said that's what he's going to get you, so if God told him he's going to get that for you, then he should, like when God told Noah there was a flood coming, to only build an ark, so he started building an ark. And so you should start preparing for the 6 states and the reparations, but apparently you didn't. And so now, it does say, look, hold it. We want total separation. Look, we don't want you to call us no more. We don't want you to call us no more. Because you're wearing us. You want your own country. You got your own land. Right? You got money, $1 million, all this stuff, right? And so now we got to protect your money and everything too? No, you have to create your own money. You have to do all these things, your own wealth, not ours. Right? So we're going to cut you off from that too. That's whole economics. So they go and tell it. They tell all the people all the white folks, right? Because all the black folks, and all the black folks is either in Arabia or in those 6 states. That's the solution. You had to be one way or the other. There couldn't be no integration, all that kind of stuff. That's the deal. You just said one or the other. So all the black folks are there, ain't no integration, all that kind of stuff, right? Black folks are there, one or the other, so they're there. So they said, okay, right? So they just say, we're going to take our money because we don't know what y'all doing over there. You have your own money, you have your own wealth. So what they do is they tell all the white folks, say, protect your money, right? Transfer your money into gold. Transfer all your dollars into gold. Now remember, they gave everybody $1 million a piece. So everybody got $1 million a piece, right? And so they transfer it to gold. And then what happens is that what they do is they start just printing money. White folks just start printing money. You understand what that means? That's inflation. Right? Because if you got $1 million of gold, a million ounces of gold, say a million ounces of gold, understand this, and you got 1 million certificates, then you say each certificate is worth 1 ounce. If you got 1 million ounces, each certificate is worth 1 ounce. Understand that? If you got 1 million ounces of gold, and you got 1 million certificates, each one of those certificates is worth 1 million. If you want to say trade with the certificates, each one of the certificates is worth 1 ounce of gold. Right? But if you take and print, you say you got 1 million ounces of gold, and you got 1 million certificates, each one. But say you print twice as many certificates, you got 2 million. Well, then each certificate is only worth 50 cents now, because you got to connect that to the gold. Well, you print 4 times, then each one's worth a quarter. So the more you print, the less they work, because those certificates has to equal what the gold is. You understand? So the more you print money, the less, right? The less they're worth. So if you print twice as much money, right, there's less gold. You understand? So $1 is worth 1 ounce of gold, which that's right. Then if you print double that amount of dollars, then each one's worth half an ounce. You understand? That's what printing money without increasing the wealth does. That's inflation. So what happens is they keep printing. They get down to where $100 is worth a penny. But see, that doesn't affect their people. They told to protect their money because they transfer their money to gold. So gold still has its value. It's just the dollars don't. It still got the same amount of gold. But the dollars, they get down to a penny. So you can't buy it. You had $1 million, now your $1 million worth of $5. That's what all this worth. $1 hardly worth anything. Hey, that's our money. You got to have your own money. You got to control your own wealth. You can't keep coming to us what you're doing. And you think they wouldn't do that? Yeah, you've been a Gaza lately? You see what happened to the trees they made with the so-called natives? Kept telling me you had a forked tongue because they kept making trees with them, then they broke the trees. And took their land and genocide and everything else. But no, they wouldn't do that to you. See? Because now you have, your money's worth nothing. They haven't lost anything. Because once that money's worthless, it's no good, right? Then you burn it up, throw it away, it's worth nothing. The people still got gold. And even if they take it, hold on to money, hope to increase again, they're just using a different certificate, using another form of money. So it's still worth nothing. That $1 million you had, you were so happy with it, now it's probably worth maybe $1. So you can't buy anything $1. Plus the economy's collapsed because everything is failing, and you don't know how to repair it. You don't have to build communications. You don't know how to do any of this stuff. You're not an engineer, build a house, you don't know how to do anything because Farrakhan didn't. Right? He didn't prepare you. He told you he'll give you 6 days. He told you, listen to me, right? So now you're broke, and your economy is gone. You have no food, no electricity, no power, anything. Right? It's not their fault. They gave you what you asked for. You still had your inheritance for that. And then they closed the border. Because you're going to try to get back into America now. We want to come back in, Master. No, we don't want you back in here. We sorry, we want to come in. No. That's what you chose. You stay there. They closed the border, so you can't get back in here. You can't get back in America, into what you call your land now? Swaziland or something? Farrakhan. Maybe you call it Traveland. Farrakhan. They met the Farrakhan. Right? So they close the borders. You can't. Because now you're hungry and everything else. Your money's worthless. Oh, God, come back, Master. I come back work for you. I work for Popeyes. I do anything you want. No, we don't. Remember, the blacks either they over in Arabia or they in that land. There are no blacks in America, any places, just in that land that you 6 days. And now you're starving. You ain't got your money's worthless. Nothing works. And they close the border. Right? And then you see Master, you on the phone, you talking to the guy that you kept treating to help you. Hey, we finally got rid of them niggas. Finally got rid of them. Finally got rid of them. See, sitting on the phone. Yeah, it worked. We sold them no reparations. We sold them that used car. They turned the miles back and everything else, and they bought it. See, they could have had a BMW. They could have had a Lamborghini. They sold that for a BMW that looked good. Damn thing didn't work. And now they're starving, living in tents. Praying. So what? Then what next? What we gonna do, Farrakhan? What we gonna do, Farrakhan? You told us to take reparations, so we did. But they gave us everything we asked for. What we gonna do, Farrakhan? What we gonna do? Pray, 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 pray. That's his answer. Pray, pray, pray. That's your reparations. Like Elijah Muhammad said, he had a big picture. We leaving, and blacks staying on the shore, the ones stay behind, and they was whooping their ass. Right? Because they thought you think they want to give you some land and take care of you? You think they want to do that? And go bankrupt, give everybody $1 million? How much that is? If it's 17 million, that's 17 million times 17 million times $1 million is like $17 trillion, I think, something like that there. And they're going to do all that for you. They want to get rid of you. So now they have succeeded. Because they closed the border. And what you going to do? You want to fight to come out? They closed the border. They got the military around there. They finally got rid of you. No more black problem, no more Negro problem anymore. One group's out of here, another group that's here. They're gone, and our hands are clean. We gave them what they wanted. Well, anything. Okay. God honors contracts. Remember, he honored the contract with Jacob. Esau sold his birthright for a bowl of soup to Jacob, which was Esau's inheritance, and God honored it. Okay, Jacob, it's yours. You're the one. And that's the deal. Because he ain't your friend. Pharaoh ain't your friend. Pray, pray, pray. That's the answer. And this homeland you was promised, you never rejected it. So now you got what you asked for. So if they gave you reparations today or tomorrow, how would that scenario not play out like that? Well, they say, okay, you got it. Tell me how the scenario wouldn't play out like that. And tell me why they wouldn't do it. They love you so much, they're going to say, okay, we're going to take care of them. I mean, why should they go out their way to take care of you when you was right here? You was working at Popeyes and then they get up on Section 8, all that stuff right here where because you know they're trying to get rid of that stuff right now. Trump's trying to get all that stuff right now. Because they're closing on you. You don't realize it. Anyway, that's just, that's what's happening over in America. Wow. Of course, come here. Disaster over there. And, oh, I just got a call. Oh, wait, hold on. Really? You serious? Our ambassador just got a call from I don't know what they call it Conland or something. I forgot what it is, something they call it right there. That 6th day. They begged us to come and help. Can they come over here? Can we come and get them? Really? Can we come and get them and bring them? Oh no. Now he wouldn't ask as Master Farah Muhammad, right? He said, no, hell no. We ain't going to get them. And I agree with that. Yeah, the Master said he said, let's call him, and he passed the word to Master Farah Muhammad. Master Muhammad said, send him back. Master, no, we can't come and get you. You made your choice, live with it. Or die, whatever the situation is. Wow. I can't believe that. They actually, right, sent a message over. I don't know how they did. I don't have any communication with it. Somehow they got the information over to them. Said, we please come and get them. Nope. Said, no, tell them no. And don't waste time communicating with us anymore. You got your land. You got your reparations. You got your money. You got Farrakhan as your leader. Yeah, tell him. Talk to him. Let him straighten out for you. He didn't want to sell you the idea. He was a salesman. So you on that idea of reparations. We told you. Right? Suleiman, right? He was the messenger to you, telling you, look, man, let's go home. You said no. You chose not to. Okay, brothers and sisters, that's a sad story. But I guess that's it. Is that it? Oh, so they might get any more reports on okay, he says That was Master Prophet Muhammad's final decision, and I think they closed communications off from there. So, like I said, brothers and sisters, we got those guys that came in. All that came in today, man. Came in fast. After a whole year, total collapse. Now they're begging it. Somebody help them. We can't do it. Maybe Master help you. We won't do it. Assalamu alaikum. Update, brothers and sisters, got another late report in that they said, well, if you want to come and get us, we'll at least send some food. They begged, said, please send some food. Master Muhammad said, we got to send them a damn thing, nothing, zero. He said, please just send some food. No, I just got that in. He says, if you can't come and get us, please send some food. He says, no. He refused. I said, boy, I just got the information from the ambassador. He said, they sent that. He's made to me. He says, no. He said, please, just please send some food. He said, no way. You made your choice. Case closed. Okay. Just got that in, brothers and sisters. Assalamu alaikum.